try this again. So I'm going to pre-warn you, my camera isn't exactly centered yet, and I never really sit exactly in the middle. I'm always flirting and trying to find, maybe I need to move a little bit more over here, or maybe I'm an inch off over here. And who was it I just heard? I've always knew the name Ruler. I've thought of Ruler, not like a king. When I see the name Ruler, I bet that was inspired by Flash. I guess the Starcraft player that would carry a ruler around with him that would measure and make sure he's completely even. I do the same thing, and it drives me nuts. So at some point I have to go, okay, that's where we're going today, and that's it. So I think it's off now. So I'm going to do my little practice tool thing here. I'm just testing out my voice. Am I too loud? Who should we go against? Let's try against Renekton, because we have not tried action in a Renekton. He might own us. Okay. So, action. And we want the top action. Bam. Which it only just changes the resistance. Resistance or armor, which depends on who you're matched up against. It's pretty simple. Okay. So lock that in. Fixing the world, one scoundrel at a time. And we're practicing, we're preparing for this very long presentation that I have. So first I want to share my little practice tool thing and show you that I'm not a noob, that I can play too. I do have pretty decent micro for the amount of time I put into the game. So we'll do the Dorn's Blade. I've been seeing Dorn's Blade back in action. So the reason I do this is I can teleport over here and I can fast forward the minions, thus saving me a lot of time that I could be waiting for a game and a chat, people trying to figure out who wants to play what, if it's blind picked or this or that or bot. Bam. You can go and practice by the time it would take to get a game or 2 or 3. You can get 3 reps of this in. So it's just like any other sport or training. Maybe some people aren't into sports at all or fitness training, but it's pretty fairly simple concept of fitness training where you just work out every day, and when you do that you get to where you want to be. You know, maybe people want to have a body and look like a football player or a basketball player. Wow, I've missed a lot of CS while I'm sitting here talking. It's not so easy to play and stream at the same time. It's something I'm learning. So what was this? Oh, it's all about getting your reps in. So I have a level advantage over Renekton, so you should push this level. I tend to think the most important level in the entire game is 1 to 2, because you can get a big power spike on top of your opponent. And it seems like really the beginning of the laning phase is where people really mess up. People can play the late game when you've got items and it's more fun, but it's the practicing the little attention to detail at, oh, I missed it again. The little attention to detail that there is on first 10 minutes, I'd say, at least. So I'm trying to hit a goal of 100 CS in 10 minutes. I mean, that's my goal. And then I want 200 at 20. So, and I'm constantly spamming my right click button or my A. And that's really important. That's kind of what you're practicing in this. Well, the main thing that I practice is the laning, the minions. How my character farms them, it's different. How you farm a wave. Oh, he has a level up on me. I don't think I could take him. You don't deserve life. But I can bully him. So this is the first time I've ever played action. And we're trying to hit that goal. I keep really missing CS, so I'm looking like a noob. Like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I do. But you can't really... You have to judge me this way. You can't judge me on this skill of a professional player because I do not have my life set up to where I can practice all day long. I can only get a limited amount of time compared to a pro, so of course the pro is going to have the higher level mechanics. And I think that that's really what separates the pros. We can teach players the macro. See ya. I really like action. We can really teach. I'm new to this. I just bought a webcam and I bought it for this whole reason. I've had people telling me to do VOD reviews and stream and stuff for a few years now, and I've been putting it off. One, because it was really expensive and it's not now. I don't have a high-end computer. If I had more computer work, I would build a really expensive rig, but I also think the software is always a lot more important than the hardware. So you could have that really expensive rig, but what are you going to do with it until it has software for it? You can take advantage of the hardware. So I'm usually 2-3 years behind. I just bought a brand new cell phone. My old one was a $50 phone that I couldn't watch anything on. It was basically an iPod. People nowadays probably don't even know what an iPod is, but my music player. And I couldn't watch videos, I couldn't check links out, and I just got one this weekend, so that's a huge upgrade to me, being able to go to my Google Documents on my phone. I really didn't have a reason for the phone, is why I didn't buy it. It saved me a lot of money. If you're at home all the time and you're on the computer, then you really don't need to spend $100, $150 a month on a phone that there's no point in using it. You have Wi-Fi. But anyways, I got a new one and it makes a huge difference. So got to get with the times. So let's see, I talk a lot. My throat's getting dry already. I've done these practice videos, but they've been at night when I didn't have any energy. I don't know when to charge up his ult. I guess right there. Oh man, I messed that up. I was talking. Yeah, I can't catch up to him. There's no point. You're better off taking plates. I don't play for kills really. I always play team play, which is really disappointing when you go to solo queue because people don't understand the concept of this is a team game. Your team's even out to get you, so it's 1 versus 9. Alright. So we were wanting to hit our goal of 100 CS at 10 minutes because that's a big thing we preach. I preach. By we, I mean as a team. I never use I try to think team. So don't think I'm nuts for saying we. I just mean us as a team. Did that just root him somehow? Is there something I just missed? Okay. And so we're nowhere close to our goal. And so I'm kiting him. I don't really know how to explain kiting simply. You know, like you've got something on a string. Think of Benjamin Franklin pulling around a kite with a key on it, trying to get the electricity from the lightning. That's what we're doing. And so you can keep spamming A while you're moving back. And you can be autoing every time, like every time auto is available, your character will auto while running back. So keep spamming A while you're moving. That's how. That's a big thing to play Vayne. They used to call it orb walking, I think, but really it's just your kiting, which you always, or Always. Not always. It's a technique that you want to use against melee champions like Renekton, and you can have a ranged champion like Action, right? And they can't even hit you. You can stay out of range so they can't even auto attack while you're hitting them with auto attacks. So it's not fair when it's a ranged matchup into a melee matchup. And some of you might be saying, oh, he's dumb, why does he have to explain that? Well, there's players out there that do not understand this stuff. Some people pretend they know, but they really don't. So you've learned today why to play a ranged champion, because you can kite the ranged champion. And that's all it is. And you can kite them all around the map and everywhere. Just make sure you have vision when you do it. Don't go into the dark. You never want to chase people into the dark, because it's pretty high chance they've got a teammate waiting there in the dark with them, and they're trying to lead you there, so it's not worth the kill. And it's not just the kills. I think Eclipse is the best on him, from what I've seen. What else? Okay. I've wasted my flash and teleport for no reason. Alright, so I'm learning I'm going to need a lot of water for this presentation. So this is part of the presentation. I'm trying to hit my goal. Oh, I missed that cannon. There's a trick to farming under turrets too. But let me get some CS first before I say. You get the third auto on a minion. So the cannon hits it twice, and then you hit it, and you get the last hit. Okay. That's at least how I learned it. Ooh, I may not live. I did a really greedy play. If I was not streaming, I'm not going to blame it on streaming, but if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have made that play. I mean, I've never realized looking inside this door, looking at you all while I'm playing, it's much more difficult when you're playing and trying to talk, especially explain things. So I'm learning.
So I tell myself anyway.
It's a shame we can't get Eclipse. If I can't hit my goal of 100 CS in 10 minutes, normally I can get there by 20. It's so difficult to get the 100 at 10. I only see 1 or 2 players that do that in every game, and that's Chovy and sometimes Faker. And Faker doesn't even hit that. Some of it's you miss some while you're out fighting with your team and getting objectives. You still can make up for that. What am I doing? I didn't see, some players would have wasted their flash right there. We're gonna get to that when I get into this VOD. I think one of the first mistakes I see from Mad Lions is where Aloya uses his flash down here in bottom for a gank, and he didn't need it. And I'm not saying, hey Aloya, you're bad. I think you're really good. You just made a mistake. And it's simple. We all make mistakes. I'm not pointing out that you're a bad player. I have no maliciousness towards you. I like you. I'd love to work with you. I'm just here to help polish your edges, you know? Like I'm like sandpaper. Before you paint something real beautiful, you need to sand it down. Sand down the rough edges. I've been wanting to try that play where I flash in the grappling hook. So I tried it. Okay, so is all you just stand there and let it charge up. You don't need to worry about releasing it. It has enough range. So I've got 100 at 15, which I don't like. It's not bad. You can't say I'm a S-word player. Especially on a champion that I've only played a few times. That is the problem with people and why they're not good. They go around telling other people, can anyone say what the name of this? I heard Peter Dunn the other day in an interview, and I don't think he knew the name of this. There's only one other person I know that says it. I think Peter called it the Vision Plant, which I would call it too. Well, I ended up looking it up because I remember LS bragging that he knew the word for it. And I looked it up. And you know what it's called? Scryer's Bloom. How well does my invis work? How well does my kiting work? I can't talk right there, I'm sorry. I don't want to be a noob and die and everyone can say, well, I can't hire you because you died in practice tool. Which is weird because there's only one way you can learn. Oh, look at that. Look at that distance gap that Action has. It's crazy. Oh no. Nope, didn't get it. I had to charge it.
Aced.
We only learn one way, don't we? I could have not went for that play and said, look at me, I'm awesome. But I went for that play. I think Storm Razor's the best. I see others use Essence Reaver. Maybe it's better. I was just trying the range. You gotta let the R charge up, so it didn't have the range to catch Renekton right there. I just wanted to try the flash into E into the wall and see what the distance is, because the distance I've seen on Action is the entire turret aggro range. He can swing from one side of the turret aggro range to the other and maybe take one hit from the turret. That wasn't max range. So you can't learn these things unless you try them in practice tool. And I used to have the bad attitude like all the other players of I'm bad if I die in practice tool, then everyone on my list is gonna judge me. That's why you're not good. You need to let go and just play and not worry about what others judge you for. That judgment doesn't matter. They weren't there in that situation. It's the same thing on social media too, like players going on Reddit and getting offended by somebody who said this or that. Guys, that shouldn't affect you. Those people don't know you at all. They were not in your situation, therefore their opinions don't even matter. It's a useless opinion. I mean, you're kind of being a slave to that person, giving in to what they say and trying to like believe and manifest what they say into reality. Just shrug it off. Don't read the negative ones. You're giving in to what they wanted. They wanted to make you have a bad day because they're jealous of you. So just, it's good to not... I don't have a Reddit account and I've barely used Reddit. There's been a few things that I've tried to get information on and I can't on the internet. The only place is Reddit or books. I don't know. So I'm trying to hit my goal of 20 minute 200 CS, which I'm not getting there because I'm ranting to you anyways. Maybe it's impossible to hit this number while streaming. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna finish this one out though. Normally I finish them out. But I learned so much more in this practice than I would have in solo queue. Maybe not even got Action. Maybe I wanted to play Action to begin with. And I tried and wasted 3 hours. Just bam. You can master their last hitting on the waves. You can master their CS. You can master their trades. It's not going to be exactly how you would trade in solo queue. but the laning is going to be the same. Hitting those CS numbers, getting 200 at 20. I'm trying to get 200 and then I'll stop. And I'll go into my presentation. And we'll talk about how vision is the most important thing in these Fog of War games. Actually, there's another slide I should have made. Okay, so said the flash. Okay, so I'm gonna kite him. Players probably use their E in there, but try to save it till the very last moment. I should have used it there to clear these minions. It's impossible to judge every movement, but it is possible to judge smaller details in life than others do. One of my things is I like attention to detail. So I've only got, and I'm not APMing action per minute like I should. But I'm not a pro player. I want to be a coach, so you shouldn't judge me on a pro player level. You should judge me on a coaching level, that if he's a coach, then he's not bad with mechanics. Maybe we can trust what he says. And that's the whole point I'm trying to convey in this practice tool. Is like, hey, maybe coaches like what I say, but what about players? Who is he? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Trust me, I can hit pretty close to the same CS numbers. I can't go in solo queue and do the matchup because I kind of get a little bit nervous because I don't know the matchups. Until I get the matchup in a game, I don't know. I'll never know. That's the other thing about the practice tool is you may never see the matchups you want, especially in the NA solo queue. You're gonna see, you know, I'm gonna want to play action, and somebody's gonna take Malphite or Garen when action's made to play against Lucian or Ryze. I was checking his range out again. Oh, I almost got him. I'm trying to test out. Trying out his invisibility for one. Oh! I didn't need to flash again. It's just habit. See, I have fast player-like mechanics and decisions. He's gonna ult on me, that's what I'm worried about. Gotta get my health back up. And don't cheat. You can pull this over and go like that and get full health. What good does that do you? You're just lying to yourself. Worst thing a person can do is lie to ourselves. So until we're honest to ourselves, like playing an honest practice tool, I do warp the beginning though. And I think that's okay. I warp the beginning because the whole point of the practice tool is to save the time that you would waste just making the game. So let's see. What should I buy, everybody? Oh yeah, I forgot what I was doing. I was getting Essence Reaver. And what else? Force Zeal. That thing. Wait a minute here. There, I want Rapid, that's what I wanted. Okay. So, my mechanics for somebody that doesn't play solo queue all day, every day, are pretty decent, I think. But there's a reason. I played Warcraft 3 and Starcraft and all those things, so I've had 25 years of doing this, and this is no different. So, that's the whole point of my presentation, is I have been playing Fog of War games like this since Warcraft 2, which is like 1999. And then I played another game that WoW was based off. See, I got 184. And I'm talking and BSing, so trying to get the 200. Everquest for over 20 years, which is much more difficult than WoW, and it's basically you're playing just one of these characters at one time, but first player view, and it's a team game. You can't do anything on your own in EverQuest. You need teammates. And then it takes you months to get an item. You have to work with people every day to get what you want, but it'll be months of that before you can get the item you're after. So that teaches you a lot. Okay, so there was action. Let me be right back. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to switch a couple things.
Ready to work. Loktar. Dabo. Ready to work. Dabo. Loktar. Ready to work. Ready to work.
For more mana, which will be
The
burned
demon?
soon. The demon is out of the fight soon with the staff. But more kills for Happy.
But Moon's supply plummeting down to 44.
Yeah.
So
That's
that
a lot.
certainly should mean no wins, unless he wants to go for early upgrades. But that would be very weird.
Yeah.
That must be Dryads then. Must be lores here on tier 2 as it is finishing up for Moon. Yeah,
Okay, he
there's the
relies
first.
on his Dryad play again. Panda once more. It worked.
Your faction standing with the sleeper got worse. Yes.
Does it really say that?
It
I didn't show the camera. Well, darn. Yeah, I really messed that one up. Let me see here. So what did I show? I showed Warcraft 3 and how important, or Warcraft 2 and how it was a fog of war game. And this guy starts out with one unit and it turns into many units, but he has no vision on the entire minimap. It's a minimap just like in League of Legends. The whole point is he has to collect all the vision and information on the map. And you don't fill the fog in until an actual unit of yours is in that area, the entire game. So every unit is a ward in this game. And you just build and expand. He's trying to find his enemy. This is a 1 versus 1. So it may take him 10 minutes of going around this map. There, he found him. So that's just an example. That's where League of Legends kind of started, is this fog of war game. So then we get to Warcraft 3. Right? Let me pick Moon. Or let me pick Sky. I hear Monty talk about Moon. Let me talk about WE Sky and see if I can find him. This was years ago. This is when esports started, and this is why I'm so into League of Legends. Because back then, in Warcraft 3, Blizzard wasn't involved. Esports was an independent thing that independently ran outside of the video game developer. That's why Monty's so big on Riot has too much control over its own game type of thing. I can't tell you one way or another. I don't have opinions on it. I'm not going to give you opinions. You know, do I have favorite players? No. I do have players that I watch more than others. So this is Sky versus a South Korean Lin. So this thing has been going way back. This is 2011. It looks like it's from 99, you know. But here we are. We're in Korea in 2011, before League of Legends. This is a good one to share. China versus Korea. And this is what really got me into League of Legends. Because Blizzard was not involved in this. It had to independently grow. These guys have vision, or they're trying to find vision of each other. It's just like League of Legends. You got a map that has no vision on it, and you're trying to find information. Now, I had the best Warcraft 2 player teach me when I first started. Well, after a couple years, I met him finally. Best player I've ever seen. He could go in and challenge people to play against him and never lose. He could challenge 2 or 3 people against him. But his whole thing to me was vision and how important vision was. So nothing's changed today. League of Legends revolves around vision. Sorry, I didn't know I'd talk so much. Okay. I don't know if I should rant more about this or not, but these guys are going to try to find vision. Like right now, they can't see each other, so the first thing they need to do is find out where the other one is. And so the Warcraft player taught me way back in the day that, you know, scout players. It's the most important thing. And so in this game, you need to keep constant information over what the other person is doing. That's what you're worrying about. You're trying to see what they're going to build, where they are, what they're going to do. It's all different. And on this game, there's multiple maps, which League of Legends, you got one map, guys. One. There was like 10, 15 in this when it was ladder. I played Warcraft 3 since the beta. So, and this is creeping. He's going out into the jungle and creeping. So this is what League of Legends is a copy of. I don't know if I'm allowed to truly say that or not. This is Sky. He was the only one that could do this way back in the day. It's to fight that rock golem at level 1. This is awesome watching him. You know, it's like fighting dragon or bear and at like level 5. He shouldn't be doing that. So this character here, he is like Shaco pretty much, that can go invisible, except he's a samurai and does some of the most damage in the entire game and then just go invisible and walk away from everyone. Oh well. So this mechanics of this game is the same as League of Legends. So this game here, you've got 3 champions plus other units you're controlling while trying to find vision of this. Plus you've got items you can build on your characters and different abilities, alts. So I guess I'll get into... Oh, and we missed the Everquest little thing here. Everquest, it is a team game. This is a 4-headed dragon. And it used to be 72 players it would take in a raid. And then they nerfed it down to 52 and made... I don't need to go into it, but this is what inspired World of Warcraft, and this is why I didn't get into WoW, because I played Warcraft 2, 3, and EverQuest. I didn't need any more Warcraft. To me, WoW ruined the whole franchise of Warcraft. Don't get mad at me, because I've wanted a Warcraft 4, and I know I will never see it in my lifetime. I'm lucky I have Heroes of the Storm. So this is why I'm saying, like, okay, I've had leadership in this, right? Leading these groups of people. If I can do that, I'm pretty sure 5 people is doable. There's more than 5 in the whole org and team, but 5. We're going from 70 to 5. And in this, if one of those 70 people or 50 people move the wrong way, it'll wipe the entire raid of people. And wipe them all. I mean, that's how League of Legends work. All 5 of you are working in like a well-oiled machine with choreography around the map. That's why T1 looks so good. They go along with the music and they got a rhythm, man. They're out there dancing. And then all the other teams are trying to figure out how to begin to dance. It's not like that. I kid, but maybe you know where I'm coming from. This game was all about killing dragons, and then it had deities, your own gods, that the players could kill. So that was a little interesting. This was a dragon that was impossible to kill, and then players figured out a way to do it. This dragon will spawn, and if it doesn't get killed, it zones out of the zone and starts going through every zone in the entire game and just wiping everyone out and flying. It never happened, though. It was intended to do that, but it never happened. It's just crazy. Alright. Oh, and then there was the items in EverQuest. So you're doing that with everyone night after night after night for 8 hours, 6 hours. It's a job just to get items, guys. Items. And you may get 1 item in 3 months or 1 item in 4 months of work. That's patience. That's why I don't like WoW, because from what I understand, you get something every time. Everybody gets a piece of candy. It wasn't that way in this game, which made it more competitive. This game was very competitive. That's why I like it. There are items that people didn't even, that one person would have on the entire server. It was obtainable by everyone, but it was so difficult to obtain that 1 or 2 people would have that, and then they look like a god amongst men and women and children. So that's EverQuest. Before I get into my Um, I was going to take a bathroom break before I do this, but let's just go ahead and move on. Okay. How do I share this? Oh, that's not... I'm new to this, guys. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is my presentation and goal, or my presentation. It's about becoming a League of Legends analyst and coach. And I'm not saying make me a head coach, guys. I want to work my way up, but I've been trying to get in this industry for 10 years now. And I've been watching this and doing this every day. I don't work. This is my job. I'm not married. I don't have kids around. I get distracted. I have distractions in my life, but like a dog. But I can put in a lot more time than others. And I'm not bragging. It's just I have the time to give you. That's why I'm a great value based on that. So I'm trying to sell myself to any org out there. So let's go ahead and get moving here. I'm Sodaron, Michael, or Sean. My family calls me Sean. My first name is Michael. One of the three. So my whole point of this goal... Oh, and one more thing. This was an added bonus that I'm doing an assignment that Mac wanted me to do. And I'm going above and beyond. I think that most people that did his assignment would have turned it in the same day, and I see there's some trickery involved. So let me go ahead and let me take my bathroom break really quick. everyone, this is one reason why I've been hesitating on this presentation is I feel like it's going to take 4 hours. But when you have 10 years involved in this, and then the Warcraft 3, the Warcraft 2, this is your life. You've dedicated your life to it. I've never took the extra step to go above and beyond. I've had others tell me for years now to stream, do VOD reviews, and I never had an interest for it. No interest. I want to coach. So what I wanted to do is coach. Because I have a sports fan background. So I've got notes. I came prepared. I brought my notes. Okay. So, and this is a dry run. I'm not. I may keep doing this. My goal is I want to coach a team, head coach, and then go more into the industry. I have a long-term goal of this. Anyways, I was going to say some more, but I'll bring it up later. Okay. No, it's just my goal. I have a passion for esports and growing it because I'm a lifelong sports fan. And that's what I wanted to put in this presentation to tell you. I'll try to make it quicker. That's why I was going to do a quick run this time. I had to get my caffeine set up. I made this for you, Mac. I know I really probably annoyed you, but I'm serious about all my information. And I realized that you personally do not have the time to sit down and take that information in. So this is to kind of relay to you, Mac, and other coaches and orgs out there. I'm looking for a job. I told Mac that I would intern, I never said intern. I would work a split for free if that's what it takes to get my foot in the door in an org. And remote analysis from my house. I doubt an org's going to let me come hang out with them a split, but I could. I'm not married, no kids. That's why I bring that up. I could move, but remotely. So I get my feet wet. I want the job, right? But I know it's not going to work out that way. I'm not going head first. I want to work my way up. So I really think that I could be a good asset for Mac and working with Mac. I don't know if I should say team names and stuff. I don't have favorites. I'm looking for a team that realizes I'm of value. I promise that I will give you more than you give me. I will go above and beyond because I want to win. I'm not like Aaron Rodgers. I'm like Tom Brady. I want the championships. I know that when you do well in life and work hard, you get rewarded. So money's not a thing to me. It's love and passion. I'm very, very competitive. I want to compete. And that's coaching allows me to compete again, like Warcraft 3. So I'm going to try to make the slide a little quicker than what I was planning because I realized that I can float on my own here. I was scared of dead air. But there's going to be spaces in this video, I guess. I was afraid of that too, but there's probably a way to edit it down if you want. So here we go. We're going to start the slideshow. And I don't know how to use this exactly, so please bear with me. I have some random notes here. I'm trying to be as prepared as I can. I learned I've never done a slide before. First off, I'm learning. Everything I'm doing in this video is new to me. It took me a while to make this. It took me a while to get my webcam and get OBS running and learn how to make it look okay. And then slides. I had to learn how to use Google Slides and the whole Google thing because I've been pretty disconnected to things like that for a few years. Like, I just now got a good cell phone because I'd like to do work on it, and I really believe that I'm going to get work here. So I can do some work on my phone. I was just using a $50 phone that would just play music and text. So I didn't know the technology. That was back in 2017. So the technology has really went forward now. Just like streaming, when I wanted to stream the first time, it probably cost me $3 or $4 grand. And now I don't have a high-end computer. I got a decent, solid-state gaming computer. I'm hoping I'll probably get a much better one or more whenever I need. If I get a job going, I will go all out. I mean, yeah. Okay, so some presentation goals and overview is I would like to become a welcomed addition to a winning organization or a team long term. I don't really want to go to a bad org. I don't want the headache. I want to compete. I want to win. I don't think it's worth my time and effort. I want to be in an org that is set up to win and wants to win, right? I don't want to go and work for a split and then I'm the blame for everything. I see that in coaching. First off, I've watched this for 10 years, and I showed you the Warcraft, the Esports before League of Legends, so it's not a new concept to me, okay? So my term is long goal, the rest of my life, career. I want to work in the esports industry and the gaming industry. It's been my dream since I was little. I wanted to develop Mario games, and I was Nintendo. And ironically, I've never played Mario Maker. I've been messing with this game. So it's a long term where I want to get the doors that open me into esports and video game industry. Okay, so it's long term. I'm here to be with a team long term, years, win, build a system, things like that. So I want to help coach and prepare a region winning team who goes to the League of Legends Esports World Championship. I want to lift the Summoners Cup. That is my dream. My original dream I have set out was for NA to win Worlds and be on that team coaching. I don't think I'll ever see it. But I want to at least get a team the Worlds and be there. I believe I know how to get a team to the World's finals. My question is the org prepared, or are they just shelling out BS to make some money off players? I don't know. That's what I mean. I want an org that really wants to win, and they're not just in it for the money, and they're in debt. And I don't want their problems. I want to be with good souls, good, positive people. I don't want negative. So I believe that I am a big value for an org. I will save an organization money. I'm a good value, or there's a value to good coaching, which I'll show. Which talent scouting, like that alone, finding players that are unknown and them not costing you anything. I mean, a little bit to develop them over time, compared to going out and spending your or all your money on one big name player. I don't even know if there's caps or not. I mean, is there a cap in League, or do we need a cap? Because I really like how American football is ran. So I think a good coach is a value that it's the best value you can get for a team, because it'll offer you much more for less than what a player would. And so I have 10 years of League of Legends experience and knowledge. So that's my hobby is I watch VODs, I watch live games, I watch as much as I can. And I know I don't know anyone that watches more than I do. I watch all of LCK and then the rest of LPL, and that's a job on its own. Then I don't have any time to do anything else because I like to watch games live. So I put 20 plus years, close to 25, of online competitive gaming, starting with Warcraft 2, which was online, Warcraft 3. I've played Counter-Strike back in the day. I've played so many competitive games. It's what I like to do. I don't like console games. I like to compete. I have previous experience with Fog of War games before League of Legends was released. And then another view is I want to play. I want to help the players. I am out to help the players. Teams, orgs say they are. Do they have their best interests? I don't know. I'm not here to tell you what's right or wrong because I know that's kind of a no-no. I can ask questions and help guide, but I don't want to be biased. So these are some key words here. And I'm kind of doing this to wet your whistle, pull you into this presentation. Winning. Winning is the most important thing to me. I don't want to be a loser in life. I want to be the best at everything I can. Cost savings. I promise I'll bring value to an org. I'm not going to cause you more problems. I am going to be a positive addition that helps fix your problems. I mean, I should have put problem solving, but I didn't. Problem solving. Okay? And also, this is why I made the presentation. I can sit here and go on and on and on about LOL Esports. History. I think history is really important in esports because we're trying to build something new. Us kids have esports, which is fairly new. So we need to understand the history of how the sports was ran. It's important. You must know the past to know the future. Growth. I want to help an org grow, not degress. Right? I want to be a positive addition. I want to help players grow. Right? I don't want to make players worse. Positive is what I should have put on here. I don't want any negativity, or I try to avoid it as much as possible. I've had so much negative go on in my life. I don't need it. I don't like it. All right? So I want to grow the team and the org and myself. You know, I put self on here. I think it's important to grow ourselves every day. All right? And then knowledge. I love knowledge and learning. That's my thing, my addiction. It's not money. It's knowledge, learning. Okay, so I will relentlessly study teams to learn why they have an advantage, and then tell your team and org why, and save you all kinds of time. That's what I do. I'm a time saver if you hire me. Right? I'm doing it on my own right now for nothing, and I put 10 years of this. But see, I invested my time, and now I can use that to my advantage to help grow my life. So love, family first to me. Love yourself. I'm not going to religion this. I'm spiritual, so I believe in a higher power. I believe there's a higher purpose to everything. I don't think anyone's alone. We're all meant to love each other is how I see it. I'm not telling you what to do. But I don't like negativity and the H word. I don't put H or use the word H. It's something that needs erased from human history. All right? And so again, the knowledge, like we're always trying to find more knowledge. Self, I put the self in there because you need to love yourself. We need to work on ourselves. That's the most important thing. How can we help others if we don't work on ourselves? Not be a hypocrite. So improving ourselves every day, learning constantly, and taking care of ourselves is the most important thing because we are all we have when we enter here and leave, as far as I know. I don't know. So I don't want to go off in that tangent. Learning. It goes with knowledge. Maybe that's not a good one on here, but I like to learn. I think we should learn new things every day. why we're here. I don't know. I'm not telling you why or not. Improvement. That goes with growth, but improve ourselves every day. So these are words I'm trying to wet your whistle and get you involved into this because, so hopefully I've got your attention. League of Legends analysis and coaching. So I'm trying to get an analyst job or an assistant coach job. And I think I went on the tangent earlier and I forgot that I've been offering teams. I will work for you for a split for free. As much as I can take. But I will use my time to help you get analysis that I'm sending to you and save you time and not make money from it. But there's a catch. I think that it'll get me involved in your org the next spring, that you will see I bring more maybe than others. I don't know. Can't tell you what to do, but value that I am worth an org's time and money, that I will give more than probably others they're losing more money from. I don't know. I can't tell you what to do, but at least I see the problems and want to fix it. So I'm going to try to go through this one really quick. I know what I think is the understanding of an esports coach and an analyst, and maybe I should have put assistant coach in there, but I think I know what it can take to run a successful team and organization. So, introduction of self, past experience, beliefs, and knowledge required for analyzing, coaching professional League of Legends team. Esports, the passion and love of esports, professional gamer, coaching, history of sports. See, this is why I can't go off on a wild tangent. I need to stick to this, or we'll be here for hours. I'm trying to convey to you that I have the knowledge and information that a team seeks in League of Legends. You will not find somebody that's put more time into this than me. I have been practicing to be a coach for years. I just did not have my life organized and structured the way it was. I had problems to fix. Okay, the history of sports. Game knowledge, the importance of vision, micro, macro player understanding of world's caliber teams. Elite. I enjoy watching the elite teams. Not that I favor one, but I watch more successful ones more. Talent scouting. Saving organization money. Talent scouting, player development and growth, behavior, mentorship, leadership. I think I have the eyes to find your next talent, your next faker, your next Chovy, and save you a lot of money because this player is going to develop in our own system. We're going to develop our own team's farming system. I don't really want to call it that, but player development system. Behavior, mentorship, and leadership. Understanding of team communication, behavior, attitude, willingness to help others, working together for one goal, team building. Again, there's many more things I can list, but we've only got such limited time. I have much more I could show to you. I'm not showing you my whole hand in this. So there's much more and I can go deeper. So I'm giving you a taste on this. All right? 10 years of examining, watching, analyzing professional League of Legends organization and players, which include love of game, watching live games as fan, research top players, streams, VODs, tracking players' accounts, tracking top games played, rest spent on LPL, LEC. It's a job on its own. 6 personal LOL accounts, at least leveled to 30 for ranked or higher, playing and understanding every champion in the game. Able to spell all champions on the fly, know abilities, and how they interact. I'm a paper pen type of person, so I've got my own system of pick and bans, and then I save the team comps and the results of the game, and I catalog it in my binder, and then I can easily find it when I need it someday. I like pen and paper. There's certain reasons why. Okay. Able to spell all champions on the fly, know abilities, and how they interact. Knowledge in League of Legends and League of Legends. Oh, I skipped one, didn't I? Knowledge in game champion matchups, lane matchups. High-level mechanics from practice, daily, and tool and games. Past 10 years dedicated to League of Legends and League of Legends esports. Love for LCK teams. Love to help players improve in game. Passion and desire to win. Dislike to lose. Competitive. Desire to win World Summoner Cup. Work ethic and desire to become the best at what I set out to accomplish. Many years spent research, winningest coaches in sports. I'm big into sports and besides esports. Studied the best football coaches and other coaches. Phil Jackson, Bill Belichick. Who else? Lombardi. All right, so where are we going? Okay, many years spent research winningest coaches in sports, aspires to work own way up to head coach position and beyond. Wants a professional League of Legends team to join. Goal to win and save professional organization money. A good coach costs much less than a top player. A good coach can be a better value. A good coach analyst can help scout and develop rookie talent to the top level, thus saving expense, allowing spending elsewhere which needs improvement. I believe with 10 years of experience and previous other game experience, I can spot talent which others cannot, judging from their solo queue, replays, and VODs beyond. This can save a team. One example is player CS numbers in the game. This will tell you their playstyle, judging also by their kills. Many players stop farming in solo queue if they have many kills, but a pro player may keep going for 10 CS per minute. That's my thing I pound in the ground. Example, a player with 310 CS and 40 minutes in a game, and maybe the bottom has 440 at 40 minutes. There's a big gold difference in between the two. So, pictures of me. There's a top page that didn't come out. Who am I? I am Michael Mills. I go by Sodaron. It's my Twitch name. It was my Everquest character's name. So it's 20 years. I didn't make it after another Soda. I am the original Soda. Coach Soda. I don't know. My email, superkrang@suddenlink.net. Anyone wants to contact me. Twitter, my DMs are open. MSMILLS22. Twitch, Sodaron. Date of birth, 5/22/86. And this is for League of Legends Esports, 10 plus years coaching analyst. I have an A+ certification that I got in high school. I then took college. I did not graduate, and we'll get in more to this, and I'll give you a good reason why I didn't graduate. I did graphic design, computer science, experience running professional business. I had my own personal business. Raid leadership experience of 52 to 72 person raids. League of Legends esports game knowledge. 10 plus years of studying League of Legends VODs, streams, freelance, for hire. I'm for hire. Please, team, catch me up. I'll be long term. I'll save you money. All right? Some things I did. I've been outside in the world. I've traveled a little bit. Past jobs. First off, okay, I think I can do this now. Okay, past jobs. First off, these are the ribbons that you've got in League of Legends, which it says only about 5% of the whole population have. There's the yellow one that says you're a good leader. You've been recognized as one of the prominent leaders in League of Legends. You're a something force who exhibits an exceptional ability to guide teams to victory. Yes, I'm a leader, says League of Legends. Mentor. I got both of these. I got all four. Or no, I've never seen any more of the mentor one, and I've seen one other horn. So it's really important, but people just kind of discard it. You've been recognized as one of the top mentors in League of Legends. You're an uplifting force whose guidance inspires even the most skilled teammates to greater accomplishments. That's right, League. Thank you for pointing that out. Too bad that's the only thing you ever gave me besides a bunch of trouble in solo queue. But I love the game. And I'm just kidding. I really went out of my way when I first started this to help others. It's just like my mentality. I like to help others. I'm a natural leader. So past jobs, restaurant, kitchen, busser, dishwasher, line cook, prep. I started in a kitchen as a dishwasher and I worked my way up. And then I got stuck because they said, well, you're the best at this and blah, blah, blah. Well, they never gave me a raise and I was dumb enough and kind of went along with it. But So I got the experiences I wanted and needed. And my whole point of that is that was a horrible job of standing on your feet for 12, 15 hours a day. So players, when you tell me you've got a bad life, this or that, trust me, I've seen worse. Okay? You don't want to work a 15-hour shift on like a New Year's Eve washing dishes or cooking, prepping stuff. It's not fun. It's so stressful. You'll never see that in a League of Legends team, so it can never get that bad. I ran my own lawn care service, which taught me how to please customers, which created more customers. I did lawn care and I gained more customers. They would say, "You did a really good job." And those customers would tell those customers, and I would get calls from more customers. I learned how to treat my customers. I learned customers come first. I learned customer service. All of these can be applied to everything in life. Telemarketing. I was really good at telemarketing, but again, I quit that job because I want an honest living. And when I'm talking to an old lady that says, "I cannot afford my medicine, so how can I give you $10? And then I have a manager looking at me, listening in my call, telling me to sell her that when the whole thing is BS. No, I don't want part of that. That's not the type of living I want. No, thank you. I'm better off without any money. Sporting goods store. I ran a golf section for a while, and then I got lied to when I got hired that I was put into sales, cashier, stocking. I did a lot, but again, I kept getting more and more lied to, and it's not something I want. I'm not going to stick with something I don't want. That's why I've stuck with League of Legends. It's why I know I belong in this career. I was a bread truck driver. Imagine that. That wasn't fun at all. It was really cold. The heater didn't work. You're in a little box or too hot. It was a really not a fun job. I drove rental cars where we would drive 12 hours away to pick up a rental car and drive it back. So I got to test out like every car that I wanted, and I learned they're all the same. So they all have a wheel and a seat and drive about the same. Some of the more expensive ones, the ones that LPL promote, steer a lot better. Try to figure out what brand that is. I don't want to put brands in here. But I enjoyed that job because I kind of like traveling and getting out for a while and get to think about other things. But as with anything else, it's boring after a while, so I don't do that anymore. And then I put watching League of Legends VODs or live games as a past job. Coaching high-ranked players on NALOL server, self-explanatory. Providing players on server with positive criticism and life I forget what, did I put experience or knowledge? I help other players and inside and out of game because a lot of the in-game problems are out-of-game problems. Learned everything as a business, learned working with others, learned pleasing customers. There's a lot more I can add, but we're going to go past this because it's not that important. On the slide, the whole importance of the slide was I've worked many past jobs, and as I say, if I'm coaching players that say they had a horrible day because they had to play a video game they love, or I've had days stuck behind a fryer or making salads or cooking all day or washing dishes and then putting those dishes up, I think I've seen a worse day. I could be wrong. Personal finances. I have zero personal debt. That's one reason why I didn't finish college, because if it's going to cost me $100,000 to pay back what I learned, then it really wasn't worth the money. And so college puts you in debt as soon as you get out of school. You're already indebted to society. And then get married and have kids and get more and more on top of that. That's kind of how people don't get the jobs they want. They give in to something that they know they don't want to and go along with it. Lying to ourselves. Be honest with ourselves. I've stuck with this for 10 years. This is the job I want. I'm going to keep going with this till I get this job. I've never treated it like a job till now, so that's some of it. I put off having the webcam, and anyways, I'm learning. No school loan, no house mortgage. I live off less than I make, and I don't know how people can live off more than what they're bringing in every month. Therefore, you're going to be in debt. So I like to save 15% or more money through every paycheck I get and not spend all of it. I try to save as much as I can out of all of it. It's just my mentality, and there's a reason why I'm even bringing this up. But I'm pretty conservative, so this applies to things in League of Legends too, right? Important to help players bridge gap to adulthood. I've put that in here numerous times. That is really important for these players, and I realize it, that they are a teenager and now they're an adult all of a sudden, and they need very strong guidance from there because they've got others treating them at their convenience that they're an adult, but yet they're taking an advantage of them and know they're a kid. So, I mean, you got to treat them like an adult, give them respect like an adult before they will act like an adult. So if, say, a team is misleading them with money, they're just ruining that player's life. They should leave the team in better shape than they got, right? Okay, so then patience. Saving money teaches you patience, which applies to gold and stuff in League of Legends. You want all the gold you can get to win. Okay, so we're going to go on. See, Scrooge was in here by himself, and then he learned to share it with others, and now he's happy. Okay. This is a really long one, and I'm going to try to condense it down. I am a lifetime sports fan, meaning I'm a big fan of American football. I don't watch soccer. I would like to. Maybe there's a team like Real Madrid I would get into. So I'm neutral. I would like to watch soccer. Okay, so there's some coaches that I've really paid attention to. Vince Lombardi, Bill Belichick, Bill Walsh. Let's look at Vince Lombardi trophies because they're pretty similar to Bill Belichick. Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. This guy was amazing. This guy's won the first Super Bowl in football and the second Super Bowl, right? Yeah. And he died at a little bit too young. Confidence is contagious. There was one I saw the other day. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. That's the one I want to tell Mad Lions. No real reason. There's an example of Mad Lions in here where it's these mistakes that the coaching staff and team know not to do the mistakes, right? So practice doesn't make perfect. They know not to make these mistakes, but they're playing SK or they're playing a team that doesn't have a high record. Make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Right? So they're beating up on an org they know they're more prepared for. I don't want to be negative in this video. So that's an example. I could go into all these coaches. The one that I've really studied is Bill Belichick. But anyways, they're beating up on a smaller team, and then they start making these little mistakes of, well, I flashed there, but I shouldn't have, and I know better. And in a big game, I know not to do that. Wrong. In a big game, when you're completely stressed out, you don't want any more stress on top of it, and you're not going to you're going to do the same thing you just did under pressure. So Bill Belichick, Bill Walsh, which Bill Belichick is the winningest coach in American football. I think he's so well known, I don't really need to explain it in here. So I'm not going. I have the history of all this. I've studied these coaches, their systems, what they do. That's another reason why I think I would make a good League of Legends coach, because I have the passion for both. I want to apply them together. I've watched Bill Belichick for years, and I want to operate some ways, not like he does because it won't go over very well, but some of the good qualities he has. One of the qualities is the pen and paper thing. Doesn't like tablets, likes to write things down. So do I, because when you write things down, it commits it to memory. I'll probably remember later, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. I'll probably remember that tonight because I wrote it down, whereas if I didn't write it down, I would forget. Oh, right? So here, I really think that I'm going too slow in this. But so watching that guy, I would think would at least give you an upper hand of how to coach a League of Legends team, whereas other teams get a 20-year-old gets hired. You won't hire me, and I have 10 years, and you're telling me a 20-year-old has more experience than I do? It's appalling. I get offended by what some of these orgs do. It's a slap in the face to me because they won't give me the time of day to talk to. Alright, so anyways, there's college football coaches. This guy here, Nick Saban, is like the Bill Belichick of college football. His teams are so prepared that they win by like 60 points every game. You can't even be an Alabama fan in college football because the games are so boring and one-sided. It's just like MSI this weekend with T1 playing these small teams. That's what Nick Saban's team is like. So I've studied that guy. I see his good qualities. I see some of his bad qualities. I would like to apply the good qualities. So then Dabo Sweeney. He was another coach that went from he made an org into a championship one. Right? These are championship-winning coaches. Bill Walsh was the San Francisco 49ers coach when Joe Montana was. So I've had the history of this stuff, and I don't want to weigh it down anymore. So coaching systems, I've seen what these guys do and what they implement. Yada, 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 like the pen and paper system. So I'm going to try to go through these a little quicker now. Golf. I'm a golf fan. I played golf. I haven't played in the last couple of years, but I'm a golf fan. And the way I see golf is the same way as League of Legends. You want to be as good as the pros, but what people don't understand is the pros get up at 7 o'clock in the morning. They hit golf balls for 2 or 3 hours before they even play. They go out and play a round, then they eat, take a break, and then they go and hit golf balls again for 2 hours or work on something that they did wrong. They are constantly grinding. That's why they're so good. The amount of time they've got to spend on the game. That's why, like, people in League of Legends are so much better than others. It's really, they're not a better person. They're not smarter. It's they put in more grinding and more time into improving. You can only improve by trying again and again and again. Like the practice tool. Just do it again and again and again and again. People say it's stupid. Try it once or twice a day for a month. Tell me I'm stupid then. Okay? So golf has the same mechanics. So that's what solo queue and practice tool is, even though I don't think solo queue is very efficient at all. I'm not happy with how Riot has some of this set up and how they teach players to play when they need to make a bot system that has the game actually how it's played with the jungle. But they can make more skins, but they can't do that. Yeah, a little nitpicking, Riot. You do amazing with esports. So it has League of Legends like mechanics. So if you want to be the best, like Faker or Showmaker, they put in more games on those champions than anyone else. And that's the only reason they're that good. They're not that special. They're hard workers. Just like I'm going to get into Tom Brady here in a moment. He's not skilled more than anyone when it comes to throwing, intelligence. His skill is he outworks everyone. prepares more than anyone. He's more prepared. Okay, then there's other sports. NBA, which league is like basketball, 5-on-5, or hockey. Tennis, baseball, any other sport. You know, I used to watch a little bit of UFC, but it's not really my thing. I don't really like violence. NASCAR, and I've got that on the next thing. All right, then there's athletes, elite athletes like Tiger Woods that I've watched. I mean, I've seen it all from Tiger Woods, to be honest with you, how you prepare and train to be the best. You outwork everyone. You get up every day at the same time and do the same workout routines, on and on and on, over and over and over, and you become the best. You outwork everyone. Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, he outworks everyone. Michael Jordan outworks everyone. All these guys outwork everyone when it comes to practicing and preparing. That's why they win. So until you practice that much every day or not waste your practice time, I mean, there's other ways you can be more efficient with your practice, like the tool I'm saying, where say I have an hour to play, I could maybe run 4 or 5 of those practice tools or do one solo queue game. I would say the 5 practice tools it's all about the early laning anyways. The first 10 minutes, people know how to do the late game with all the items. It's when they don't have items, they're bored. So they're learning, right? Then there's team branding and sponsorship, which is important in League of Legends. You have all these sponsors. I'm aware of branding. Large crowds of fans. That's what I like. That's why I love football. I love going to football games and being around 60,000 other people. There's an energy you get from it. Or NASCAR. I want to go to professional League of Legends games around large, right? So large crowds of fans, which are families. Families are important. Goal. Winning the trophy. Great athletes are motivated from winning and the work it takes to win, not money. If you do a good job, you'll be rewarded. A wise old man told my dad, and my dad told me that if you do a good job, you'll be rewarded. You may not be instantly rewarded, but it'll come to you, trust me. Hence why I say if I could work a split for free for a team, I think I'm going to give more back to them than what they give me, which is a little bit of a chance to give them information, but I'll be giving them hours and days of information. And all I expect is them to listen and give me the time. They'll see I'm worth their time. Just give me the chance. So there's the biggest football stadium in the NFL, and it's really fun to go to. I go. Okay, coaching systems, American football. The Patriots, this is their bread and butter, how they operate. This is posted on the door and posted everywhere by Bill Belichick. When you come here, he only wants you to do your job. He wants you to work hard, be attentive, and put the team first. Now he's saying like social media and things like that. Put the team first. So don't go on social media. You're going to make us look bad. If you go run your mouth on social media, you're not putting the team first. Until you win the Super Bowl. You win the Super Bowl, and then you can go run your mouth online as much as you want. I would rather win the Super Bowl than win nothing. Right? So the end results. What, 6 Super Bowl rings? And how many trophies? 2, 4, 6? Plus he has assistant coaching Super Bowl trophies as well. So I've studied this man and how they operate, and I want to take some of the good qualities and apply it to being a League of Legends coach, and how this player right here works, Tom Brady. So teamwork is the most important thing. It's the most important. Besides vision, it's equal. Vision and teamwork. Okay? You know. Okay. I'm worrying too much how I come off to you. Do your job. Athlete respect coach's decision. The players on the Patriots have to listen to this guy and do what he says. I'm not saying that's the way League of Legends teams should operate, but they ultimately respect him and what he says. he doesn't steer them wrong, I'll tell you that. Okay? And he's all about talent scouting, where he doesn't pay for the best players out of the draft. He finds diamonds in the rough like Chovy, which that's a turn on to me. I want to work for an org so I can go look for players. Because right now I'm wasting my time. I'm not connected to any orgs, just some players. Okay? Be on time is an important one. It's just structure so you're just prepared. Trust me, be on time. You got to go and play these League of Legends games somewhere, and you have to go by Riot's set of rules while you're there and follow their daily outline, so you need to be prepared for that, to be on time. They're going to give you a time schedule when you play these games, and you must obey them, or they're not going to let you play. So you do have to respect Riot. Scouting talent. Be prepared for every situation. That's another reason this man's won so many Super Bowls. His teams are the most prepared out of any teams. They go and try, I've got it in here, practice scenarios. They practice certain scenarios, like maybe Elder buff. We're going to have a losing game and we're down, but we get Elder buff or something like that, and practice that. Just certain situations. Or we're going to practice when our base is completely shoved in from both turrets, but we're going to practice how to get out of that. You'd be amazed how many players don't understand what to do once they get to the Nexus, and that you still farm the turrets and the minions. All right? Be prepared for every situation, practice scenarios, and there's many more, like all of them, like losing a Baron or the jungler dying. What do we do then? But being prepared. That's why this is fun to me, because I want to work with an org where I can come up with these ideas. I don't really have a reason right now. Importance of practice. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Discipline. Discipline is very important for the players on these teams, that they are disciplined to do your job, work hard, be attentive, and put the team first. They know what their job is. This is vague, but I think you get what I mean. Grinding and training. And then a guy I like named Joe Burrow, which is like 20 minutes away from here, says, yeah, I have a work ethic motto. Work hard in silence. Meaning stay off social media. I'm not telling players to do, or that's their own decision. But having a bunch of negativity flooding into your life may not help when you're unstable, maybe from already losing scrims and stuff. And none of that matters. I know this for the players. None of that stuff matters. It's not going to show or prove who the players are. The outside comments do not matter. That's something to remember. I crowbarred this one in because I have behind me, there's some of this left from my dad. NASCAR F1 sponsorship obligations. My family has been NASCAR fans my entire life. It's a pretty bad stereotype. I don't fit the stereotype. And I also like F1. So I put that in there. Indy cars. I like those forms of racing. I don't follow it as much as I used to. I'll check and see who won the race. I don't have any favorites or favorite tracks, but I have ones that I like to watch more than other ones. And tracks I like to watch races at more than other ones. So they involve very large crowds of people, and that's why I got into NASCAR. Is you've got 60,000 people there, so there's something special or important if it drives that many people there, and you feel this huge surge of energy from it. So being at any event with that many people is fun. I've got all the sponsors up here. Not all of them, but I mean, I've got sponsors up here, like from cars, right? Large crowds of fans and families. Teams, David versus Goliath. There's really small teams that don't have much funding that can go and compete with the much bigger teams that are corporations that have 500 people working for them, when the team may have 3 or 4, but there's some where they do win, and that's David versus Goliath, right? Or like the Rocks Tigers. And I'm sure, is KC one? Importance of sponsorship and selling products to the fans. This is the whole reason I put this slide in here. I understand this. So when I'm coming to a team, I understand those sponsors is what helps our team fund our team. So we want those sponsors out there as much as possible. I understand this. Why the slides here? Role of athlete, outside obligations, meetings with sponsors and races. So like the race car drivers in NASCAR, some of them get a little bit mad because their job isn't just the races, going to the race once a week. They have outside obligations that their sponsors pay for them to go to like meetings where they meet people that work for like DuPont. So DuPont has some of their workers at a race weekend. They send them there for being good workers, and they get to meet the driver of that car and treated special. NASCAR is really good about that with big companies and corporations. So that could be applied to League of Legends esports, because we're creating a new esports. We can apply all of this. So our sponsors and taking care of them, maybe they want to come and see some of our games and our sponsors are there and we're there, massaging their shoulders a little bit, and going out of our way for them because they sponsor us. Patience and winning the trophy is the most important thing. Winning. Okay, so esports. Starcraft Brood War. That's where I think most of it started. Maybe like Quake. I don't know. Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos and TFT. I played Warcraft 3 ever since the beta. Alright, see, I feel like I'm using a lot of time, so maybe I need to speed this up a little bit and take out some information. So, StarCraft 2, League of Legends, Dota 2, others, importance of narrative and esports journalism. Let me get another drink here. I need my caffeine to get through this because I know it was going to be like 4 hours. But I can't sell my short to any. Or I can't sell myself short to anyone. I have the most knowledge I know of anyone in League of Legends. I want to put my money where my mouth is and work for you. It just is what it is, and I've worked a few jobs in that 10-year span, but I mean, every day of watching this, and since season 5, I started breaking down the analysis stuff because I wanted to become an analysis and an assistant coach, right? So the goal of these is winning the trophy. And the love that I love about these, again, is the large crowds. I cannot hit on this enough, that large crowds of people is the most exciting thing in this entire life. So what does League of Legends have? It has large crowds of people at their worlds and their finals. So I want to go and attend those. I want to travel. So we've got the Warcraft 3. That's where, I watched that since 2003. You see 2011. They still have this going on today. Starcraft 2. The big thing was Starcraft Brood War. And I didn't put Warcraft 2 on here because I don't remember it being an esport. But that's what I liked. That's why I like League of Legends so much. It's just like a continuation of it. The most fun in Warcraft 2 was when you would get maps, or you get on a map with three teammates and do 4 versus 4. And that's kind of what League of Legends is like. Alright, so Dota 2. I don't know too much about Dota 2. I can play Starcraft 2. I can play Starcraft 1. Others, I know there's Counter-Strike and E-Racing. When I get a chance, I spend so much time on the League of Legends stuff. That's why I need to get a job or just stop and do something else with my time. But it's 10 years. I don't want to waste it. I want to use it. Okay? And then the importance of narrative and esports journalism. There's two guys that I've been watching for 10 years, or maybe it was 9 years, I don't know, but I've been watching them since the beginning. One of them, I think, couldn't afford heating, so he wore a coat. He had to pay for his internet, so he chose that over the heating, and he wore a heavy coat. And the other guy was a caster somewhere, and they give a really good insider's view of the industry and outside. And so they are all about the narrative of esports and journalism, and they are right. That's what drives our entire industry forward, is the narrative of these players and their background and making a character out of them. That's why I loved LCK. Monty spreading the narrative. I remain nameless. Guy spread a narrative about every player's background. There was this guy that was professional, and this is another word I use. Maybe I left it off the front. Was professional. This guy was very professional with his job, and he's important. He's important and his sidekick. But they grow the industry, and they preach the importance of this, and so it's important. That's why it's on this list. It's important to have to sell a story of our players and our team, so it becomes interesting to the fans and they want to watch. That's why I got into LCK. I knew the narratives of the players and the backgrounds, and I loved it. I don't even get that on baseball or football. That needs to happen in League of Legends, LCS. So that's really important, and the history too. All right. So my passion and hobby has been League of Legends, esports, since the end of 2012 with TPAs when I first got into this. I'm going to try to shorten this down a little bit because I still have the VOD analysis and stuff. So my passion and hobby since 2013. It started with LCK Masters Korea, which was the sister teams in 2013, 2014. So when I really got into League of Legends, started watching OGN religiously. I would get up at 4 in the morning. I don't think there were VODs back then. You had to catch them live, right? And then I got into Faker. It's self-explanatory. And my first really team that I loved was Samsung. I loved Samsung Blue. Again, I don't have a favorite or anything, but I got teams that I watch. I love them all. But I was very interested in Samsung Blue and White, how they operated, because it was very much a yin and a yang. And it was just funny that Samsung White could beat everyone, but then they couldn't beat their sister team Blue, and then Blue couldn't beat every team, but they could beat White, which was the best team. It's just, and I loved Masters Korea, where each team had 2 teams. I loved that. They could do that with Academy, but they're lazy. They don't sell the narrative. You could easily take the Academy League and make it more popular and sell it as sister teams, but that's when LCK was at its best. That's when the exodus happened after that. But I fell in love with the esports of the game then. During Season 4, at the end of Season 3. Season 3, I knew about LCK. I was watching LCS and LEC then, and whatever I could find. I don't even think you could find all the OGN games and stuff. You had to pay. And these are teams that I like. And like I was showing the Warcraft 3 video earlier, I was aware of Korea and China for years in their esports scene. Because back in Warcraft 3, I would look, and there's famous European players and Korean and Chinese players in Warcraft 3, and then I'm like, where's the American one? Guys, is there an American one? And they never even made it to the competitions or would get knocked out. So anyways, I got into LCS in Season 3, and it was awesome. I just didn't know any better then. And like I did know about the Asian esports, and I figured that would happen in this game, League of Legends. And then you got Team Griffin. I love. I was a big fan of Team Griffin. They're amazing. Not that they were favorite, but I watched them a lot. And the other teams listed here, I don't have Damn One on there. Oh yeah, there I do. And then I really started getting into the VODs and the player streams and finding any Asian player stream I could, and so on and on. I'll be right back. I'm going to take another bathroom break. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. This I originally planned this was going to take about 4 hours, so I was kind of hesitant to start but this isn't bad at all once I get going. I have it's all up here. It's sharing it with all of you. So I've always really been interested in the players' streams. That's what Warcraft 3 had replays in the game, but you never had the streams where you could actually see the player's screen. And I didn't mention, but the important thing about Warcraft 3 was the APM, the actions per minute, where the player's constantly spamming like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, A. And we'll get into that. I know LS is famous for all that, but I don't think he even explains it very well. I mean, basically, it's to calm your nerves. That's it. You get nervous. Keep doing that. Do that whole game. You're not nervous. You're not sweaty. It's basically all it is. It does make you play better, though, too. Okay. I don't think we need to explain any more here. I'm sorry if the audio is off. I'm going to keep your buddy Sodaron. I'm going to keep working on this every day. It's my job. I might take a couple of days off. I haven't even watched MSI. I haven't watched. I watched T1 and RNG and EG, of course, and G2. And I didn't even get to really look at the RNG finals for LPL, which were I was really into the Knight and Rookie and all that. If you haven't watched LPL, make sure to watch it when it's at least in the playoffs, because it's good. So here's Warcraft 2, Warcraft 2 BattleNet Edition. Ladder, too many years ago, over 20, and Starcraft Brood War. It is a mini-map fog of war game, strategy game, which League of Legends is a strategy game. Warcraft 3 is a strategy game. Okay, so this is where I learned the importance of vision. If I become a coach, I mean, basically my job is to preach to you vision every other time I say something. That is the number one thing. If you get that, you're going to win. And then the most gold. And it was the same thing in Warcraft 2. You had to get the most amount of gold and resources off the map. That's the whole reason you're playing. You start with nothing and then end with the whole map. And it's the same thing. What are they trying to do? He's starting out in one little area on the map that's his, and the rest of it is black. And he's trying to take over where the enemy starts out. That's it. Same thing in League of Legends. You go and light up the map and keep constant information where the enemy is. If you could stay a few steps ahead of the enemy, you're going to beat the enemy. That's why you're doing the vision and you're trying to stay steps ahead of them to plan and prepare everything. Same thing in League of Legends. Same thing in Warcraft 3. Same thing in Everquest. There's the same common themes that every game has where it's teamwork, and I don't know why it's not preached in League of Legends. So I learned the importance of hotkeys. I have a story with this where my friends got me into Warcraft 2, my best buddies at the time, and I'll try to shorten the story. But I bought it. I saw them play, and I bought it, and tried to play with them. I tried to get to their level, but there's no way I could get as good as them. And one of the reasons why is when I bought mine, it was the BattleNet edition that just came in a CD case. Now my friends had the Battle Chest, which had a big book like that, another book, had the instruction booklet. I didn't know about hotkeys, like years into this game. And I couldn't figure out why people were faster than me, because I had to just click on every little icon. I didn't know I could group stuff. I learned this in Warcraft 3. I didn't even know this in Warcraft 2 until I got into it a couple years. And my friends never told me about the hotkeys. They showed me everything else. Wouldn't tell me about the hotkeys, and I didn't know because I didn't have the instruction booklet. So the hotkeys are very important. The actions per minute are really important. So you've always got to memorize the hotkeys. They're not difficult. And League of Legends, it's QWER F12345 12345 or something like that. So I learned the micromanagement, which you're controlling like 100 units later on in this 122. 122 units. Now in League of Legends, I'm controlling 1. It's easy, guys. You just work together and have the vision. Teamwork. I learned map awareness, which is a keyword I hear in League of Legends. So I don't know if do I need to go more in depth about Warcraft 2 and how important the vision scouting is. You guys got that vision is important. Even 25 years ago, it was just as important. You could not win this game unless you had this map lit up, because the enemy would be hidden somewhere and flank you, and you're, I wonder where he is, and then you get flanked from behind because you didn't have vision. Never play in the dark. I mean, maybe worst case scenario, if you're in a situation that is absolute coin flip. But really, there's no need to. Maybe it's hard to break solo queue habits with players once you become a coach. I don't know. But so I know the main fundamental is vision, and the micro and the macro and the map awareness, and the teamwork. There's others, but again, we can't give all of our information out, or we'd be here forever. So we're probably here longer than we need to be. Diablo 1 and 2 and Starcraft. Okay. Same thing, Warcraft 3. I got this in the beta. And my friends didn't like this one like they liked Warcraft 2. It took them a little while until they got into Warcraft 3. But then they started to like it because Warcraft 3 was kind of like combining Warcraft 2 and League of Legends together. And if I had a favorite game, it might be Warcraft 3, but I don't have favorites. And that's why I'll show you again too the Everquest. That's why I'm not a big fan of WoW. It killed 2 franchises off that I love. So, okay, so it was I played it since the beta, and it had a ranked ladder system. Warcraft 2 had a ranked ladder system where, okay, again, League of Legends, we're on one map, guys. We need to learn one map. There were like 15 or 20 maps in Warcraft 2 and 3 on top of all the other stuff. Give me a break. You got one map. Okay? You guys can learn all of this. Folks can learn all of this. It's just preaching the vision and teamwork, communication. I've had a lot of trouble going into solo queue because I don't play like solo queue. I play like a team game, and I go in like, all right, I'm going to go in. There's an opening, and my teammate didn't follow me from behind, and now I'm dead and respawning. I had that trouble. I don't know how to play like a jerk, nor do I want to, because again, the practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. That's where when you're practicing in solo queue, you're not there to have fun. You're grinding. I mean, you can make fun out of it, but I'm just saying, not just for no reason. Okay? So, Warcraft 3, Starcraft 2, father of MOBAs. You know, Starcraft wasn't, but they're pretty similar. No, they're not. They're not similar at all, actually. Because Warcraft, yeah, that's probably misleading. They're not like each other at all, because StarCraft 2 is pretty much what Warcraft 3 should have been like. But I think at the time, the people at Blizzard that liked Warcraft were playing EverQuest, and they thought, we need to do our version of this. And then it killed that game off because it stole a bunch of the main workers to go work for Blizzard. But so Warcraft 3 is like combining EverQuest, which came out before this, combining EverQuest and Warcraft 2 together, or EverQuest and StarCraft together. StarCraft 3 plays just like StarCraft 1 and Warcraft. There's no role-playing aspect to it. There's no creeping. Whereas Warcraft 3 has a jungle with like different, they call them creeps, but a jungle like in League of Legends, and has different monsters you farm for gold, and you can get items that drop. And there's a merchant where you go and buy items. It's the same concept. And Dota, reason why Warcraft 3 failed was there was this map called DOTA All-Stars in the custom games. It got to a point where you can go into the server and not even find ladder games on Warcraft 3, but everyone's on the custom games playing Dota All-Stars. I didn't get into this till League of Legends. I didn't like Dota because I thought it was too easy and it was killing off Warcraft 3, but it was more popular. So that's the direction this went in, and we all know League of Legends is a clone or similar model as Dota 1. Riot didn't invent anything here. They did do esports, though. That's Riot's thing, is a bigger company doing its own esports within. Is that good or bad? There's always plus and minuses. So, MOBAs, League of Legends. So, anyways, Dota killed off Warcraft 3, which was just a custom map somebody made on the side, and Blizzard didn't like that. But see, Blizzard was too caught up in WoW, so they didn't care. Which, again, WoW was a ripoff of Everquest. Not a ripoff, but influence. They just knew EverQuest was so difficult, so they made it player friendly. Because EverQuest was not friendly at all, and you're paying $15 a month back in 2000, where you're trying to get items that may take 8 months. So you got to put in 8 months of pay times 15. It's a crazy game. It was amazing, though. If I had a favorite game, it might be some of these listed. So Warcraft 3 had Fog of War. It had macro, a whole macro system, because you're buying items for your... Warcraft 3 was like Warcraft 2 with the many units, and then it brought in a hero. You could get 3 heroes in the game. So then again, it's like League of Legends, but 3 heroes and other units. So I've had the micro and macro since then. And I've been wanting to apply it to coaching. But again, my life and everything wasn't in order to go, hey team, let me work for you. Because I think that I got to get my life in the right direction before I can help others get their life in the right direction, or I'm just in a sinking boat. And so it has the champions, and you go out and jungle, or as they call it, creep, and kill monsters for gold, and items drop too, which league you buy. Anyways, it's the same as Dota. And I could go on and on about this, but I'm trying to save some time. But guys, just trust me, I played this type of game for like 20 years. League of Legends is nothing new. It's just, what I like about it is it's at a competitive level that's very popular with everyone. I didn't know it would become that popular, or I would have played Dota All-Stars back in the day, because Warcraft 3 wasn't very popular. WoW was. Maybe Blizzard will try to appeal to the WoW crowd, and yet they're making a Dragon expansion when EverQuest has been doing Dragons since '99. So Warcraft 3, Fog of War, the importance of hotkeys, the actions per minute, spamming, map strategy, creep jacking, which is jungling, or like going into the enemy's jungle and taking their jungle. The jungles, this might be a mechanic that I see in League of Legends that the others don't, now that I think about it. The jungle is neutral. And maybe people in League of Legends see this is our jungle, this is their jungle. See, I've always viewed the jungle in League of Legends as neutral. Let me write that down. How do players see LOL jungle? That's a note I need to keep. Here's my slide presentation I made for you all. That's just the slides. These aren't the actual work that Mac asked me to do. I love this. I want to do this as a job. Creep jacking, micro mechanics, 2 to 300 APM, gold starving, item uses, expansion. So there were multiple maps to learn, and same thing, the vision. You've got to get out and find the vision of your enemy here, or find them there. You've got to be steps ahead of your enemy if you want to win. and you get gold. The whole point is to destroy your enemy's base. This was replays and analysis, and again, there weren't actual replay, or there were replays in like League of Legends replays. There weren't VODs or streams showing what the player's actually doing. You were in the replay trying to figure out on your own what they were doing. You didn't have anyone explain to you or show you, so it was difficult. I spent many days in high school. I had college courses in my junior and senior year, and we would spend time on things we shouldn't be doing and looking up video game stuff, so I couldn't wait to get home and play. And so I'd be spending that time trying to look at replays and figure out, well, I couldn't load replays, but I was trying to figure out what the players were doing. So I spent that time. You've got somebody in the industry named M. Christo that he went this path. I don't really remember him from the start, but I remember the website he talks about. But I didn't listen to like journalism then. Anyways, I was looking for the replays of the players. Okay, so, and this was where a professional player came from. That's a thing that's important to me, is acting professional. Esports, Korea and China. I didn't put Europe because Europe was I forgot to put Europe. Not that I'm kind of upset I didn't put Europe. And Starcraft 2 is nothing like. So that's just an extra. I saved you a slide. Okay. So this is kind of where esports started. I mean, in League of Legends, there was this team in China called World Elite, WE. I don't know if you've ever heard of them or not. There was in Europe, MYM, Meet Your Makers. Don't know if you've ever heard them or not. Some of these organizations today had, I think Fnatic was around too. But these orgs had pro players clear back then. This is when esports was starting out, and it already had a base in Korea. And understanding the importance of all the history to this stuff understanding the history is really important if we want to grow. And that's where my main concern is helping grow this industry in a positive direction, not one that's about greed and money and screwing players over. Love and respect all. Okay? So, and this game had 4 races to choose from. Orcs, humans, night elves, undead. Warcraft 2 only had humans and orcs. And what's funny is orcs were really OP'd against humans then because of one little spell called Bloodlust. And humans didn't have that. And so the orcs were way stronger. And so you were a really good player if you could play human and beat orcs. Okay. Now we're on to Everquest. Right? I was just trying to think of a cool raid. Avatar of War. This game you raid with... There's a good bit of people. See how they're setting up their raid? Like I have experience setting this up and leading these. And this has 52 people. It used to have 72. These 52 have to work together in unison to defeat this raid boss. And if one person messes up, it can literally get all of them killed, which takes like 2 or 3 hours just to get back and get your corpses. Because you don't respawn back here. You respawn like way away and have to run clear back, and so you don't want to wipe. But it happens a lot. So all of them are working in unison, and they have a raid leader that's a shot caller that is designated to tell everyone what to focus on. Right? This one is like an older raid, so it's not very dynamic. But there's later on in Everquest, because it's been 23 years or so since 99, and the raids got more and more dynamic. This was from the 3rd expansion. But seriously, like, you'd have to pay attention to the little audio motes you hear in your headphones, and if you didn't step a certain way, it would wipe the entire raid, and you all have to restart over again. I have experience raiding like that for 6-7 hours, and you raid like 5 or 6 days a week. It's a job just to get these stupid items. They do make you really cool. There's ones that made you look like a god amongst men if you had it, like the epic weapons. But it would take a year of questing and all this stuff to get it. Like, these quests in this game are ridiculous, and they're not player friendly, where it gives you, like, you have to physically run to an NPC and take an item and give it physically to them, and they give you one back, and then you have to physically run somewhere to hail, and it didn't have maps. And it's in this huge world. There's so much to this game, that learning curve, and just unlimited amount of items and spells. So controlling one character, like, I had a wizard that had like at least like 8 spells he could cast at a time, and a book full of spells, and then thousands of abilities that are extra. Like, this guy has abilities here. Later on, and you've got this whole screen full of abilities. But I didn't want to show you an older one. I wanted to show you a newer one. So you've got this going on, and if one person dies, it can wipe everyone. And, you know, this is a 10-minute fight here. They're really long fights. I mean, there's fights that are longer than a game of League of Legends. So I have experience leading this and coaching this for close to 20 years. I'm pretty confident I have the skills and experience to help coach a League of Legends team, because that's only 5 people. I would take the 5 over this, even though this is very rewarding, having that many friends. You feel like you have a family. That's why they keep doing it. It's all about family. They enjoy spending this time together with each other at night. But they all work together. They don't have somebody in there working against them while they're trying. If they got people, you know, you're in a League of Legends team, and your support or jungler or both of them is causing more problems and fighting you internally, arguing. How can you win that fight if you're already fighting on the inside and you're trying to win a fight out here? You have to work in unison before you can even go out and win a fight or fight. You need this working here first, the team. And the way I see it in League of Legends, you can't have any hesitation. That's what gets you killed, is the team is deciding, we want to go here or there. You just got to go. It's more important to just go than where to go. No hesitation. So you can't be working that skill out on the game in front of people live. That's all I have to say. So I understand the importance of teamwork, and I played a game for years. Here they're wiping. See, somebody messed up here. They didn't. So they spent 10 minutes here fighting the Avatar of War. Right? 12 minutes in. They did all of this work for nothing, because somebody's probably AFK. That last guy was AFK. So because one of their healers was probably AFK, they lost that fight. So there you go. I could explain more and more and more, but that's probably enough right now. So over 20 years playing that with Raid Leader and officership experience. It was the first 3D MMO. It was released in 1999. It has 400,000 plus players. Back then, it had a lot. Teamwork. Game revolves around communication and work with others. Level grinding. Endless, vigorous quests, endless number of items, epic items, entire world to travel and adventure. This world just goes on and on and on and on, and then you can teleport. People become lazy, but it may take you an hour from traveling from one side of the continent to the other. But it was fun. This game was very, very fun because you made family, right? So I want to join a family out there that's an org team. Level grinding, raids of 72 plus players, and later they nerfed it to 52, working together for a shared result for very long periods of time. Character control, micro mechanics. I was at a point where I would 2 or 3 box, which means I was so bored with this game I would play 2 or 3 characters at one time and have my own little group, because in this game, unlike WoW, you can't go solo adventure. And if you can, it's almost impossible. So you are required to have help from others to achieve any of the goals that you want. So player-controlled global economy, market and macro mechanics. So the whole market is controlled by players. So you can go and get items off of mobs and gold and platinum. Platinum's what the money is in there. And then sell it to other players. Control how much you want to sell it for. So it has like a bazaar and the auction. And that's player driven. That's fun. There's people that just sell stuff. But this game is like work on its own just to be in the game. There's a little raid there where that's a deity. And those are deities. So player-controlled global economy market. So that teaches you macro. I think I've got enough experience for League of Legends, but I don't know. Player-ran guilds with close to 100 members. Raid leader coordinates the group makeup. The raid leader is the shot caller, and all of those people listen. And if they don't, they can wipe the entire raid. So they must listen to the shot caller. It doesn't even matter what the shot caller calls, if that's right or not. You just got to call a target, and everyone agree to go on that. And no hesitation. Same thing in League, I think, when teams die. If they didn't hesitate, it didn't really matter which way they go, but they would win the fight. Shot caller for entire raid. This game teaches you patience beyond I don't know what to say, and mistake-free gameplay among 54 to 72 players to defeat raid targets. Okay, so then that brings us to League of Legends. What we're here for. Let's see what's the time now. How long we've been going? Does it say? Okay. So there's Faker and Chovy. I've been following this for 10 years or more. I got into it. My friend was showing me TPA and had been trying to talk me into this game for a really long time. And I would say, no, that's lame. I don't want to play that game. It's just a copy of Warcraft 3. He sold me on the TPA and the teamwork and the pro team. And that's what really interested me in League of Legends was the pro esports side. And it's popular, the most popular game. That all interests me. All right. So then I developed a fascination with South Korea, the culture, the esports. I want to travel there. One of my goals is I want to travel and visit. There's many places I want to travel. One reason why this job, this role appeals to me. It checks a lot of my boxes. Okay? So I have a fascination with LCK and the esports. And also, like I said, World Elite, the LPL, I slowly got into that. The KR Exodus fascination with LPL, I went over this earlier where Season 4, I thought maybe if you were going to have a best or the most exciting, I don't like to choose bests. I don't like to favor things, but maybe the most exciting, you could choose that, was Season 4 when there were sister teams and the was it Masters or Champions Korea, where the sister teams fought each other. So you had Samsung white and blue, or you had like T1 and T2, and there was always one team that was much stronger. Blue was kind of balanced because they were the boss, but they couldn't beat the team that beats everyone. Okay, so this is where I learned coaching from others, VODs, replays. I was into replays before League of Legends with Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2. Okay, strategy game is a big reason why I like League of Legends. It's competitive. Those are the big reasons I'm very competitive. This gives me a feeling like I'm playing Warcraft 3, so I like that. Incredible popularity. I mean, that's a big reason it appeals to so many people across the world. Why not play it? Give me reasons why not. Okay, so we're going to go on. Again, I'm just hitting some key parts because I could go on, but I think this is enough until you can hire me or talk to me, and we'll talk more. I'm grabbing a drink. Okay, I drank a lot of water before this, and so it's made me have to go to the bathroom. I'm a little bit nervous, and it's starting to wear off. So coaching, I've made my own system. I said earlier, I've got this paper that I do where I do pick ban, and I pick here's one of Mad. This is the game that Mac wanted me to do, and I take Mad on the left side because of blue, and Sports is the same way. The left side, I probably messed this one up the way I do. The way I do mine is blues over here and reds over here. Usually, or in Sports, it'll say like Yankees versus Red Sox. Well, the left team is always the visitor, and the right is always the home team, so you know. Like I said, I guess I should have done that with my system, but anyways, the blue is over here and the red. And I take and record pick ban for each team, which I think this is important for later on down the road, like you make it to Worlds or something, or finals, or let's say like playoffs, and then you can recall, well, what did SK play back then? Quickly, you have it on paper. You don't have to digitally search for it. I think you can read the information from paper much better than digitally. It's too much at once on digital. I'm old school. So, like Mad banned Janna, Malphite, Zeri against SK, and they banned Twisted Fate, Renekton Rise, and then there's the other bans. So you can see what the order they picked. Apparently, Mad, their favorite champ was Jace at this time. And SK, they wanted Aphelios and Graves. And then Jinx was the next priority for Mad. If I don't agree that that's the priority. Maybe there's some things in pick and ban I don't understand why they do it, where like a team will take a jungler and they've got like second or third pick, and then so that team picks a jungler to match. Why? All the jungles are open now. Why not pick the best mid laner or the best soul open? They've already picked the jungler you want, and they may ban a couple, but why not get the priority pick? You're wasting priority picks when you do that. Okay, so on, and there's the player, Mad Lions, there's Amu, Taloya, Weaker, Unforgiven, Kaiser, and Mac and Cass. Okay, SK, and then so like Graves was top. So I know this. I know kind of how this game went just from one sheet of paper, and I can tell you when it ended. The KDA, I can kind of get. So like maybe if he gets this game lasted 38 minutes, Armut should have close to 400 CS, and he may just have 300. I'm just guessing. I don't know. Because players start to fall off after 30 minutes. Bot usually don't. But when it comes to ability champions, and that's another pet peeve. Got to keep going till it's over. Got to keep that momentum and throttle down. Don't let the other team get a chance back in. Anyway, so these are some of the things. I have a passion for esports, leadership, mentorship ribbons on the law account. Important to help players transition from teenage to adult. I think that's important. They've got people giving them a lot of money in their ear, so they may misguide them. I don't know why anyone with a lot of money would want to misguide a young kid, but it happens. Okay? Listening. I think maybe this is one of the most important skills. Is this listening? Here's this paper, my bad. Now you can see it a little bit better. I think listening would be a really important skill for a coach. Problem solving, critical thinking, they're kind of the same. Attention to detail is really important. These are qualities that I see and may have. Again, I'm not saying one way or another. I'm wanting you, Mac, or other teams to see the knowledge and how I see things, because we can't show each other how we see the game unless I do this. And so not one person sees the game the same. I see it completely different than anyone else, but I have 10 years of watching it in other games. Player encouragement, mentor players out of game. I like to encourage people. I like to watch them improve. Show results from improvement. Talent scouting. Eyes to judge players from solo queue games. Players respect, I think, is important for a coach. That if the players respect a coach, they will listen to that coach's decision. Like Mac, for example, is, I would say, a respected coach because he could say, well, I won 2 LEC finals or 4 or whatever if a player doesn't agree. So I would think that would go a long way. So but these are just key things, and there's a lot more, but I'm just giving some. Champion knowledge. Again, I can name every champion and write them down on my piece of paper. How many coaches out there have to go and Google and look? I will guarantee you that I have played and messed with every champion, and I go in and do that every day out of boredom. And so I have experimented with every champion. I can play every champion. Not faker level, but pretty. For somebody that doesn't practice, you'd be surprised. I could pretty much win every game I wanted, but that took me communicating with my team and typing constantly, and after a while it wears you out, so you can only do that about 2 or 3 times, and then you're tired in a day. Macro management, which that one's easy. We can teach players macro. Organization, build structure, daily routines within team. I hear on these insider shows that I like, I've been watching for 10 years, that it sounds like a lot of players and teams value organization and structure and daily routines so they can get into the same routine every day because they don't know exactly what to do with their time, so they want guided. And so they really like that structure. So that's like get up in the morning and eat at the same time, and then, or get up and exercise and then eat and then play a couple games and maybe take a nap or get ready for scrims and then lunch and then spend some time game and then dinner and then scrims and then go to bed at a certain. They like that structure. I hear Mac talk about it. I'm the same way, that you need sleep schedule. I think that humans are supposed to be up when the sun comes up and down, bed after it goes down. That's me personally. Don't knock it until you've tried it. There's some rhythm and cadence that goes with the sun. I'm not telling people what to do. But there is a lot of, if you feel negativity at night, there's a lot more at night than there is in the day. If you believe in positive and negative, good and bad, because higher levels of thinking, there is no good or bad. It's all perspective and how you view it. And I'm very spiritual. I look way up to the bigger picture. So planning ahead, I think that's really important. I've heard LS say something about being in T1's office and that he saw that T1 would plan, the coach for T1 would plan everything a month ahead of time or longer. That He said that T1 has the best scheduling he's seen. So I like to plan ahead too. I didn't plan ahead for this video I'm making. I mean, I did the information, but it just got thrown down on me, so I had to learn. And it's taken me a lot of effort, 3 weeks to work on all of this. But there's a reason why. Okay, so I had to learn. I didn't plan ahead for it, just with the knowledge I did. So apparently if T1 plans ahead in a month in time, then every team should follow. Because I'm thinking that the template to follow would be the winningest team, and until others catch them, then they can go their own way. But until then, you kind of have to follow their template. You don't do everything exactly how they do, but big things. Okay, so there's much more, but planning ahead to me is really important too, to teach your players to plan ahead for the objectives. All right. Coaching interests. I'm going to try to breeze through this a little bit quicker. Analysis of League of Legends, Esports, VODs. That's something I really like, is to watch live games and do my analysis thing. I don't do it for every team. I have practiced this since Season 5, though, so I could have this job with an org. I am ready. So I'm coming at you now, and not 5 years ago. I would have just lasted a split in my life. My personal life wouldn't have fit in with what you wanted. Like I told Mac that I've been taking a month now or longer to restructure my life so I can do this work. I had to go and plan and how I'm going to go about this ahead of time. There I am, I'm planning. And I don't know how I could do the job for you if at home in my personal life I can't do what I'm telling you. I need to be a role model and do what I say. And then it works its way down to the players, right? So if the player's coach doesn't follow the example they're trying to set, then why should they? And develop the respect. So I have a deeper understanding and concept of the game knowledge in League of Legends. I see it as like a competitive game. I'm always watching the mini-map when I watch games, for example. I'm watching what he's shoving there, and there's pressure here. Okay? I like to test new champions that are not meta. That's one of my things too, like Swain. I took him out when they first reworked him. I really like Swain right now. I've used him in practice tool. I don't know how good he is in a game, but I think he's pretty strong. So I kind of like to be that guy that can tell players, hey, try this. And I'm always watching solo queue and Korea to see if there's new trends and then try it. Okay? So I have an interest in Scrim World, or an interest to see team scrims. I've always wanted to. I want to see the inside of this industry. It's probably not as nice as people think. I understand that. Nothing is. But the scrims interest me to see scrims. And how I view scrims, I wrote a note down here, but it's the practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Passion. I think players get caught up in winning scrims, and if they lose a scrim, then they don't sleep, and then they're upset, and then the day tomorrow, and scrims shouldn't matter, the results. Test new things. They're not going to be the same results as on stage. Seems like everyone plays different on stage, plays slower. I notice streaming now with a camera on you, you play different. But it doesn't mean don't take scrims serious. It's just don't take the results so serious. I mean, if you're losing constantly, there's a problem. But just because you randomly lost a scrim game, or even if it's close, look for the positives in the scrims you lost. This improved. That goes back to my attention for detail. And I'm sure other coaches and people will see what I'm talking about. So that's that. Maybe a player didn't have a good night's sleep before, and that's why they lost scrims. Constantly reminding the player that it wasn't their fault for the scrim loss. It was my fault for trying to player test them. Okay? I think coaching interests have a knowledge of all the major regions of team, LPL, LCK. But here at Season 10 in my life in this, I don't work. I have every day to spend on this. But that doesn't mean I have all the time in the world to spend on it. There are limits. I'm getting to where I need to find a career or something that I can't spend this time. So this is why I'm giving it my all. Because I've got 10 years that shouldn't go to waste. And I'm confident that I would make a good assistant coach and head coach. But I do want to work my way up. I don't want to get head coach. I don't have an interest in Challenger League. I don't have an interest in Academy. EUM is okay, but I'm 36 years old. I don't care about kids going into college. I want to help them on a team, but I'm just saying watching their games, I watch the highest level games. So I would lose probably some of that passion I have. So I want with an actual team and org that's set up to win. Okay, so 10 years, you're going to go and put somebody with 10 years and tell them they don't have enough experience. So, I see in LCS, they put players in academy rosters that have actual experience in the game, and an owner is putting a coach on the assistant. Now, unless there's an out of game thing I don't understand, maybe they drink, but I wouldn't think somebody out there would have more experience than the one that played. There's an assistant coach I'm talking about, and an owner that's kind of doesn't play by the rules. Okay, I think you need knowledge of all champions and understand and have played the game. I think playing the game is important. Even the coach go and play the lanes so you can see the matchups and stuff. Maybe go practice the champions you want. If you got extra time, maybe you don't have extra time. I don't know. I'm learning. But I know that I can bring you value and help your org get better and not worse if you hire me. And I'd probably be a better value than a player that's 300,000 or whatever. But again, I'm not telling you what to do or who's better or wrong or right or wrong. I can spell all the champs' names and know abilities, matchups, and interactions. I can't tell you every champ's ability name, but I can tell you all the champs and spell it. Okay? You need that skill to write down on paper, and I have it. Developing own coaching system for LOL pick, band, and end result. That's this pick band thing I have. Love of pick and ban opportunities and strategy. I explained that earlier that this coaching is strategy side of League of Legends for me, so it gives me the thrill of Warcraft 3. So the thrill of competition comes to me when I'm thinking about coaching. Love of competition, team games, involvement in esports industry. Okay, coaching interest part 2. Mentoring the players in and out of game, developing players and improvement, scouting players, watching top teams, help guide players through transition of teenage to adult age, and self-improvement. And I've put that in here a few times. E-athlete, professional gamer. This is important to me because I think there's a lot of professional gamers that don't act professional. And so every professional gamer, in my opinion, should act like a role model that younger kids look up to instead of being a professional A-word. So, pretty sure this guy here, Faker, is looked up to and professional. Naguri, Chovy, Showmaker. I don't have favorites. I'm just showing you professional players that I can point out because I can point out ones that don't act professional. So that title is very important to me the esports, the history of esports. So we need to act like professionals if we want to be athletes and have our own sports industry. Okay? I think they need a strong work ethic and dedication. Their family needs to be involved with them. The star players, their family's been encouraging them, and their family's important. Thick skin, communication. I mean, family is basically team too. When I say family, like your team is your family. Communication, competitive. They all seem to have competitive drive. Again, I'm just giving an example of a professional League of Legends athlete. These ones, I know that they act professional on and off the Rift. As far as I see, I don't know them in person. They have elite micromechanics. They work well with others. And most of the best athletes, top athletes, seem to be driven by competitive edge and not money. So there's more I could list, but we're going to set this down a little bit. Dream team. These are some things I think would be things to look for in a player if you're putting together the perfect roster. So they should have an adaptive play style and decision making on the fly. That's an important one. There's no one way to play. I don't think jungle is a certain set way. I think that it's static. You don't want your enemy to ever know where you're coming from. And that fear helps. Patience. The players should be patient. Their communication should be at the top. Leadership. Momentum, meaning they have the ball. The ball is the momentum in a game of League of Legends, like the puck or a basketball. And when you have that, you have the momentum of the game. When you lose it, you gave the momentum to the other team that's getting back into the game. The tempo, the pace of the game, the team composition and synergy within the teams you play and pick, should have some type of synergy where the champions are even better together. I think a strong mid and jungle duo and synergy is really important. And the example of that is Showmaker and Canyon, Tarzan and Chovy. There's others. So it seems really important. There was Ning and Rookie, Tian and Duanbe. The jungle duo synergy seems like one of the most important things to put together when building a dream team. So those guys really need to work together in and out. Punishing mistakes too far in lane, no smite, no vision. Learning where there's a mistake and how to punish the mistakes. Knowing how to close out a game, I think, is really important for if you're building a dream team. Players will have a lead and then kind of get lazy near the end when they have a lead instead of putting full throttle down and just closing it out before you even give a chance to the other team. Because it's, watching a team that wins the whole game and then 30 minutes into the game, they start giving the other team an opportunity back into the game when they could have closed it out, and the other team wins because they do a coin flip team fight and then you lose, and then the other team gets Baron and they get to push and blah, blah. So, yeah. Knowing how to close out the game. I want my games to end before 20 minutes. That's always my goal. I think it's a good goal. Prepare and capture all objectives on the map. Everything. You're out to take everything. You want the enemy's side of the map and all of their stuff, all their buffs, all their gold. Pushing turrets. Pushing turrets is really important. That the players know that on the dream team. Players practice have knowledge of all roles. In a dream team, I would want my jungler to know the mid matchup and the top matchup. And if that lane's all right, even though he's losing, there's all this to learn. And the more players know, let's say Faker. He can go in solo queue and play any role you want. Me, I could never figure out a main role. I've done all of it but support as a main, and I've supported a lot too. Because I like the game, I can't figure out one role I like to main. Right now, I've been doing top lane for the last few years. For a really long time, I did jungle. When I first started, it was AD. I've never, I've played a lot of mid, but I've never tried maining mid. Kind of like top lane, if I picked one I enjoy the most or play the most, because I feel like in a 1v1, a top lane champion will always win against any champion of any role. That's just me, and that's a solo queue thing. It like Darius and LeBlanc. Can LeBlanc solo and kill Darius in a straight up 1v1? I mean, yeah, LeBlanc can defeat Darius, but she's got to really kite him around the map and everything. But an all-in coin flip, Darius probably wins that fight. Okay. Oh, healthy outside game lifestyle. Healthy outside the game, inside no negativity. Healthy sleep schedule. Get up the same time every day. Go to bed at the same time, or at least within a window of that. Um, I think that's common sense to be healthy. Everyone should want to be your healthiest self or strive to be healthier. There's always room for improvement. Okay? And on to player development. I'm going to take a bathroom break really quick again. You can stare at Baby Yoda. caffeine. All right, I'm back. Yeah, this is why it's taken me. I've been putting this off, Mac, because I knew it was going to take me 4 hours at least. So, and I didn't realize. I don't know. I can edit. You said something about timestamps, but I can go back and hopefully edit this. And if I have to, I guess I'll do this presentation again. Excuse me. It's not very professional, as I just ranted about being professional. Okay, so this is, but I feel better. I was stressed that I'd have to do this all in one take and not edit, and yeah, like I have so much information I want to share that I don't know how to get it to you at once. That's why I've had trouble communicating with Mac. I get excited and I've got so much I'd like to say and share, but I get it now. You probably busy, and now I'm with the times I can give you video. I would much rather watch a video than read text, but I had to get with the time first. So we got Grogu here, isn't it? Or a baby. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that or not, so it's not grow whatever. It's just a baby something. I don't know if you're allowed to say names or what. I'm new to the streaming world, and I've already learned you can't put music in because somebody's afraid you're going to get a dime or two that someone else doesn't. Even though music is just a copy of music is a copy of music is a copy of music, which are copies of words, which supposedly originally came from the Bible and then turned into the words, then turned into stories, music. So it all has one source. So, or at least it's said. I don't know. I'm spiritual. I'm not telling you one way or another. But the spoken word, supposedly we read in books, came from that book. Before that, they didn't exist, says the book. So, player development, where we are to sharpen or grow the player's micromechanics and macro management. This is why one of the big reasons I want in this industry and I would like to have this job is I see it in football, the talent scouting. One of the teams I root for, I guess. I don't have favorites anymore, though. Again, no favorites in life because I want a non-biased opinion. But a team I really like, and it's not one that was in the beginning, but they have good player development. They have really good talent scouts that are, you've got guys that work for football teams that probably get paid $60,000, $100,000, and they are just looking for talent. But that saves the the football team, millions of dollars that they could have spent on a bust. That there's busts in football. I forgot this rant earlier when I was talking about player salary and stuff. But like the NFL, they used to. This is why I'm saying like a good coach is just a much better value than a player. Is you would never really know if a player is going to live up to the hype or not until they're in your team, your org, because we see that with Korean players where we take Koreans from a really well place where they're thriving and bring them into a mold. They're a certain shape that doesn't fit the mold you're trying to put them into. And it's impossible. So the premise from the beginning of wanting to get a Korean player and bring them into your team and you're going to win all of a sudden, you're actually probably more difficult doing that than developing a player from your own region. Thank you, Peter Dunn, for showing this now. I want to do the same. I want to find the next Chody. It interests me. Just think how much money it saves when you're developing your own player from a seed, and they're going to stick with you because they've already been with you. And one of the big reasons is you're saving so much cost. Also, they've got more passion for your team and love and family. But in pro football, a few years ago, they have a player draft where the top ranked player, I don't even know how exactly they rank that, but they rank the top, and there's always quarterbacks that are going to be the best because in American football, that's the position you got to have. That's like your mid. And so I was trying to think what the other one would be, but which one would be the jungle? Your middle linebacker? I don't know. So they would give new players out of college, like I think the last one was like a $17 million guaranteed contract. Guess how well that worked out for all the teams and organizations? When you take a young player and give them a bunch of money, guess how hard they're going to work all of a sudden? Yeah. So what the NFL does now is their new player, rookie players, quarterbacks. They made a rule where it's like 3 years you have to play at a certain salary before you can get a big contract. But that helps the player because think about it, you pay that player all that money, they don't care. Like Hooney probably doesn't care at all. He's making the big bucks. Not now, but he stopped caring quite a while ago once he started making the big bucks. Seems like people, once they start making a bunch of money, they lose all their passion, except if you're Tom Brady. So he's the shining light and example that passion and winning can drive somebody because money ruins it. So there's the rule where 3 years, like Patrick Mahomes, he got a huge contract, but he had to go and win a Super Bowl before he even got paid. But he knew if he worked hard, it's what I'm saying, you work hard, you get paid for it. There's no way he wasn't going to get rewarded. So I'm sure that happens in league where a big name star player gets a bunch of money, they stop caring. They got the money to worry about now, more problems. Whereas like player growth, they slowly work their way up into your system. They're more loyal. They don't call it. You can pay them later on when you win a championship, but they'll get paid. So you might as well put in the work instead of paying someone else for the work. Now that's not saying you can't get a good player and plug and play them into your team, but that might be a problem with Mad Lions is the player development thing, and they can't just go replace a player. I mean, I never see a player get moved to a team and it automatically makes the team better, except maybe Faker, V5. Yeah. So, but all in all, the player development is really important and can save a lot of money and win. So, player development, big thing is hitting the mark of 100 CS at 10 minutes, 200 CS at 20 minutes, 300 at 30, and so on. There's a mark to hit. 300 at 30, 400 at 40, 500. You want to hit that mark. That is the max you can make. In gold, I mean, I think you can get above it, but it's almost impossible. But if you hit that 100 CS in 10 minutes, 200, like you've won your lane in the CS. So there's not much more you can do. So you win that lane and you win objectives, you're going to win. But this is the fundamental thing. I've put this together from 10 years of watching these games. The one thing I could look at in solo queue and kind of judge how good a player is this CS mark. And I guess I could give you some examples. See here. Oh, it's pros, isn't it? Tracking the pro. Okay. Boot camp. Okay. Number 1 is Danny. Let's go look at his CS. Nothing there. Okay, let's look at this live game it just gave. We've got Quinn has 75 CS, 10 minutes in. Trent has 80. Cassio's getting stomped because Cassio should have 100 CS. LeBlanc is winning, obviously. LeBlanc should have 100 CS, but this kind of tells me she's roamed a lot. And then Cass has tried to catch up and roam and die when Cass should have just stuck in mid. Got Swain. Is Swain jungling? I don't know what Swain is doing, unless Cass is the support. I don't know that one. So, but okay. Lucian 48. So Lucian should have 100 CS. 48. This is how you judge the players, the talent. Quick way. Right here. And this is another reason why I want higher. Caps. What do you think Caps has? He should have 100. Let's see what he's got. There, he was kind of low. 27. See, he was low. He should have had a lot more than that, unless he's playing support. And he'd tell you that. He must have roamed a lot. But he should have had more like 250. And also, solo queue, they get locked into battles and stuff, which takes that away a little bit. So it's kind of plus or minus, but you want your mid at that 100 and your bot at that 100 if you can. Hopefully the top two. If you have the top, mid, all the carries are hitting that mark, you're winning. Like every game I watch, they're winning, they're ahead. That is the main thing to work on and get. Oh, there is no main thing. One of the important keys and fundamentals is that CS mark. It's all I can preach and preach and preach. But this is the way you can look. See here. Here he had 240 at 27 minutes. Here he was really low, 100 at 16 minutes. He spent the whole time roaming and ganking, though. Here he had 144 at 25 minutes. He got owned in that game. That must have not been a fun... You can go watch it, but I don't. That was not a fun game for him at all. And the best players lose, and they still have the CS mark. If you look at Nuguri, he will have the CS mark. I watched him play Jace earlier, where he was 3-6, but he hit the 200 mark in CS, and he was still relevant. I've seen games where Nuguri's like 0-10 and still relevant with Jace later on in the game, but he's hitting the CS mark. So you don't worry about the dying in lane. A lot of players die. Oh, hit the CS goal, and that's all you need to worry about. I mean, there's vision and everything, but just the number one goal is that CS mark for every laner. Jungle gets close to that too. It used to have a big difference between the jungle camps, but it kind of counts it pretty close too. But jungle's usually off by 100, we'll say, or 50 now. But that's just an example. Okay, so there he got 250 with Zoe, so that wasn't a good game. He'd probably say I didn't play well in that game. Played against UCal. The team won that game for him. But this is a way 146 CS at 19. That was pretty good against Vigar. Okay. Let's see what else. 170 and 33. There he hit over it. That was like a perfect game. So he would tell you in these games I didn't play that well. Guaranteed even where he won. So when a player wins, that doesn't tell you anything. I don't go, oh, they won, they won. I look at the CS number, and that's what I want to teach orgs. This is what's important. It's taken me 10 years to learn this. This is how you can talent scout. Okay, let's play with this some more. Okay. That's not what we want, the tracker. Something's not right here. Something's messed up here. Oh, here we go. Okay, Nuggery. Okay. Alright, so let's look at Nuggeries. I should have set this up earlier. But I bet he hits as close to those CS marks. I've watched Nuggery for years. I top lane, that's a study. No. There. Oh, this isn't the right account. That's why. Changed his name again. So I can't look. Showmaker. Showmaker, who's playing against Caps and all the top players from around the world. Okay. I track op.gg, but it's only in Korea. I don't really. Sometimes LEC. Wish I could track China. Okay. There's a losing game at Showmaker, 220 CS, had 5 kills. Probably say I lost because that had some of the reason. There again, he had 15 kills, 290. He was at the goal. Showmaker hits the goal. And I think every player should be able to hit that goal on all the champions they play. Not saying they have to or it's required. I'm saying if they did, their chances of winning worlds would go way up. I really think that some of the problems on these teams is the player is not mechanically at the highest level of that champion. That's why I talk about the practice tool. At least going in there and practicing the laning and how that champion clears waves and trades back and forth. You can practice all that in the practice tool. You can warp yourself there. You can instantly start the laning phase instead of waiting 2 minutes, so you can just reset that 10 minutes over and over and over, where you go to a solo queue game in NA and it's 40 minutes. Korea, one thing that's always interested me about Korean solo queue is it's over in 20 minutes or before. They know not to waste their time. And again, the level 1 to 2, level 1 to 10, the early game, that's what most people really need to practice on, because they don't pay attention to that and they don't they kind of skip their way through that first 10 minutes and can't wait till they get that first item. But people can do that once you get items. People are bored beforehand, and so that beginning is really important to practice. And you can do that in the practice tool. So there he had 205 and 36 minutes, which that's pretty low for Anivia. He should have like 400, but something weird probably happened that game. Maybe he got countered by Kennen or Oriana. I don't know. I don't know that matchup. 131 and 16. He hits closer to that mark, and this is one of the best ones in the world. So I'm just saying that getting closer to that mark is a goal I see that others can work on to improve. That will really help. All right, we'll look at one more. Let's see, there's hide on bush. 236 at 31 minutes. 296 in a 50-minute game. 234 in a 32-minute game. And when they're high like that, that means, some of the missing CS is you're roaming the mid, so you miss a couple waves. So that's taken into consideration. Like Faker, see, he was way off on this game. Oh, not way off, but I guarantee you would say he played bad, should have 250 CS. Ari. So that's the mark. This is what I think we're trying to do and try to scout in solo queue. Not the one answer. There is no one answer. It's just something that I'm pointing out that we can look at and look at players closer and figure out. Well, we can judge talent better, because you never know till they're there and in your scrims, but you can at least get a better view of the players before you invite them. But that's one thing, and that's one of my little secrets I've been wanting to tell teams and get to a team, is that CS thing. And that player being able to do that on all champs, or at least close to or closer. Okay, so Chovy, 123 CS, and this is he gets the closest of any player. There may be more out there, but what I'm aware of, Renekton 115. I mean, this is what Chovy's doing. He's trying to hit that goal I'm talking about. He's aware. He probably wasn't happy with only 142 CS in 21 minutes. But it's not about the kills. You can't look and say, man, that player's awesome, that kills. I think the CS shows a lot. If they're lazy and they just want items and don't farm, or they stop farming after they get items, that's the thing that's actually a problem, is players thinking they got a big lead, so they stop caring or playing. You gotta keep playing, man, until that Nexus is gone. At least at the professional level. Alright. Player development. Wave management, learning win conditions, macro management, build paths for team play, item power spikes, communication, teamwork, work well with others, champion knowledge, grow the champion pool, very important growth keyword, knowledge, players learning new champs that they didn't want to play and then realizing I really like this champion after trying out. So, and there's a common meta everyone plays in that players need to know those current meta champions so they know what box to be practicing when they're not practicing scrims and such. It's all a balance either. No one has the one right way to do this. There's places that have maybe a better understanding, like Korea, that's one more. But they had 20 years of esports before. Okay. Well, and there you go. Like, why would you not use Korea as a template? Because they have that 20 years before League of Legends. So why would you not want to buy into their systems? They had 20 years of learning before you, and you come in and think you know more than them when you're just starting out. They're the template. Once we reach that goal, then learn, do better, and new things. Yeah, like the answer, one of the answers in life is boring. To get really good, people are going to be bored. Like practice tool, go and run a couple times and it's boring. But trust me, if you do, it pays off in the long run. So it's worth it. You know, maybe it's boring, but you do it 2 or 3 times a day. I'm telling you, in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you start to see improvement, and you'll have more of a desire to improve that. You're not going to learn you're going to learn trading, but you're not going to learn what it's like to lane against a non-bot. But it's all about using your practice to your advantage, not against you. Not complaining about the things you don't have, but using the things you do have. And that's one tool you have to work on the CSing. I wish I knew how to get them to the mid lane, but I don't. So that it always spawns in the bottom lane. There's probably a way to do it. I've never taken the time to look. Help players bridge gap of childhood to adulthood. I hit on that many times, but it's important, I think, to help a teenager reach adulthood, because there's others in the way that are going to treat them like a kid when it's convenient for them, or inconvenient, and treat them like an adult when it's convenient or inconvenient for them. And they're not going to get the respect they deserve. They're going to have money in their ears trying to misguide them. Daily routine structure within each day. I hear players say that's what they want. Organization. So a player probably should have organization skills. Player behavior. Here's another ribbon thing I have. Congratulations, you've been recognized as one of the most positive team players in League of Legends. You're a strong, cooperative player and shining example of good sportsmanship. That's what Riot perceives as a professional. So player behavior. Player nutrition, health, eating proper nutrition, and get enough rest. That's in the structure thing again. Again, we're just hitting key concepts. I can go more into detail as you can see, but we probably got enough time here. I just want to show you I got the information, but I can't wait till we communicate with each other someday and actually talk about the current problems we're trying to fix. So I'm giving you small pieces of all my information, but collect them all together, and I think I could make a really good analyst or assistant coach with the goal of becoming a head coach. Also think I'm the proper age, 36. I forgot to say that in the beginning, but I'm 36 years old. I think it's Korea, they got the older brothers that are 10 years older than the players that have the more mature, wise aspect. And I have that. I've been through a lot in my life, and losing family members, taking care of them. And so I've learned a lot. I want to help others. Okay, so I think outside game is really important. Obviously, you cleaning. Do you clean? Do you cook? I like to clean everywhere I go and have it organized. Cluttered mind, that's what I've been working on, is uncluttering my life where I have any kinks. Okay, so cooking, exercise, physical activity is important. I know for a fact I have a health condition. My doctor tells me to get at least like a half hour of physical activity every day, getting out, walking, get the air. Also, at least 15 minutes of sunlight. That's really important. So I would wish and hope that players would give that a chance, because it may, me, for example, I've been getting into watering plants lately, and I have a backyard I can walk into and grass. So I've got, close to an acre of land I can walk into. And I've learned that going out watering the plants calms me down, because I'm sure you all know sitting at the computer and caffeine in you makes you more and more tense, and you just feel awful. And so you go outside and walk around a little bit, start feeling nature on you and positive vibes. You feel it and you calm down. So that helps. Player age and maturity, 17, 25-year-old, kind of a difference there. I would think players could see things like Korea or Asian culture where the older ones help the younger ones instead of making it more difficult for the young ones. So you can't win games unless your team's winning and working together on the inside. It's impossible to win a game on the outside if your team's not it's fighting each other on the end. You don't want two fights at one time. Positive attitudes are really important to me, and I think a winning team, respect of higher authority. I'm not saying like a coach should have the say over the player. It works in Korean culture, and I see it work with other sports. Maybe if a player respects the coach and will listen to them, they'll change their mind later and see where they're coming from. So maybe trying new things is important too. Limit outside distractions, discard social media comments. I think I hit on it earlier, but I've never had a Reddit account. I don't have a Reddit account. I've went on Reddit a couple of times, and I remember 4chan. I don't meme. I use Twitter. I like to see what the pro teams and stuff are doing. I hope to get a presence on there someday. But I don't like negative comments on social media, and I don't read them. And so if a player is spending his day when he should be practicing and not even thinking about like negative comments or fans out there, just thinking about the team, then go on Reddit and start reading maybe really negative comments about themselves, or Twitter, people saying, oh, you suck, or this or that. Those people don't know you. They're not connected to you in your daily life. They don't know what they're talking about. You're making it up in your own head. Don't worry about their negative comments. You're giving into them. You're becoming their slave, doing what they want you to do. Feel bad. Don't feel bad for anyone. Stay away from the negative comments. I'm not telling you to look at social media or you're not allowed. My opinion is if you stay away from it, you'll see much better results. I think there's some real negative aspects to social media that me being an older person living before it have seen. So I give you an outsider, wiser opinion that there's life out there, that you don't need all these comments every time, you know. And most of them don't do any good. They're a waste anyways. They're just trying to make you feel bad. So positive encouragement is good, but negative, a sea of negativity that you're swimming in, if you stay away from it, you'll already see results. If you could just stay away or till your break or something. I'm not telling you can or can't. I don't see coaches that come in and say it's this way or highway. Maybe more respected ones. I would say Mac should have some respect. But he's earned that and shown. But that respect goes a long way than players constantly. You can't win fights when your team's fighting you every day, all day. It wears you down. Okay? Okay, well, works well with others, we before I. Meaning, don't say the word I. Everything is we. Team. We're doing this because of this. We're all in this together. We don't leave a man behind. We do everything together. Team. From the beginning, everything's team. There is no I. So all we can worry about is winning. Organized. I think it's really important to be organized. Okay, moving right along. Trying to hurry this up a little bit. Team/individual development. I think being able to make quick group decisions or leader making decisions for team is important. You don't want hesitation. That'll get you killed. You're better off going in a wrong way that you don't agree on, but no hesitation, than you are standing there still fighting amongst the team where to go, and then a team just engages on you and you don't have any time to react because you're fighting. So someone make the decisions and go. Don't blame them. It's not their fault. They're not better. They're not over anyone. There's just one person that makes the decisions of where the team is going to fight. And if it takes two, I guess two, but you can't have that struggle. It needs to be like Baron now, we all go to Baron. We don't think Baron, and one guy's saying, well, maybe not Baron. That'll get you killed. Okay. When to fight objective and when to not transfer buffs and team fight. I could go in more detail on this, but don't take the blue buff, transfer a buff when you're trying to get Baron or trying to get Herald. You can't do, like, a buff is an objective. You can't really do two objectives at one time anyways. I mean, you can, but it's a lot to focus on. Objective's more important than buff. There's times where a turret means more than a blue buff. The objective is always more important. When I first started playing, my rule was get the turrets. Didn't even worry about KDA, killing opponents, gold. Turrets. I get that turret, then I get the next turret, and okay. So giving up objective to take another one. T1's really good at that. Where maybe you're fighting for this objective, but they realize we can get this other one over here and get more gold from it. They'll give you that. So sometimes you need to know when to not get one because you can get a better one. Kiting enemy. I went over that in my video thing earlier when I was playing. But self-explanatory. I think it's basic macro to be able to kite enemy. There's things I'm going over that I think are already a given, but I'm going ahead and putting it out there so you know that I know it. Because if I don't, but there's a lot more that I'm not even putting on here. I could spend more and more time. Close out games with leads. It's an important one. Put the throttle down when you have a lead. Don't let a team get back into the game. Grinding needed for the champions, meta, and team comps. The practice one I was saying earlier, where you go and you've got that champ where you can hit that CS goal. That doesn't mean you have to do it in practice tool or solo queue. I'm just saying the practice tool saves you a lot of time, and you could get a lot more practice there. You get a lot more value. So the practice tool gives you better value. Maybe better results. Adapt on the fly. That's the one. You want to be able to make decisions on the fly or change. There's no one real way. Close out the game with leads. Learning how to close out the game. Grinding needed for the champions, the meta, and team comps. I realized I went over that. Support for each other. Brotherhood. It's brotherhood. Love each other. Meaning you have each other's backs. You've got a brother around the corner, every corner on this map. You know a brother's right there to back you up before you take a fight. I would want my teams to run like that. Or at least try. Map awareness, at least that mindset to not fight unless you have either you 100% know you can take that all in and win the coin flip, or you have a teammate around the corner that if you start losing the trade, you can kite them to the other teammate. That's what I mean by that. Constant grind for improvement. Organization. It might be tough to develop organization, but it's on the list. And again, I didn't get to perfect this, and no one gets to perfect anything. You just work on it bits and pieces. So some of the fundamentals I think in the game: vision, probably the most important one, and the map awareness. Back to the Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. Fog of War game. Vision is the most important thing. The information of the other team. And maybe I need to put that. Information of the enemy team. So you can stay or plan steps. Like dragon. You know when the dragon's gonna spawn. I would think the teams should go there a minute before time when they know it's gonna spawn and get some vision around the dragon pit and have it ready to go as soon as it spawns. But then there's that guy that I got to get this wave before I can come there. I got to back and get this part of this item. I don't even have the two item power spike, but I got to go back. So then your team's all backing and you can't agree to be right there when it spawns. Those things should already be set out and pre-planned. Like I say you don't plan anything, but at least the objectives, right? And those aren't written in stone either, but you want to be planned for that objective. And there's times when you don't take dragon or you do. I'm just talking about the steps ahead of knowing the enemy. Enemy control, objective control. You can control your enemy with an objective ward. If you control enemies, you can win a game. So you can control those enemies. If you stay steps ahead, you can know where the enemy's going to be so you're ready. Or get them to go somewhere you want them to. Strategy. But you have to be steps ahead. You can't be getting blue buff and you got to be watching the timer. Dragon in a minute. We're already going there. We're getting ready. Not every time, but main ones where you lose a team objective. Okay, so micromanagement, that's the mechanics, talking about spamming. Laning, looking for angles on enemies, looking for a handshake, trades. Win conditions, Learning the win conditions. There's a lot. Being prepared for certain scenarios. Knowing an item power spike. We can go all in at 20 minutes in with that 2-item power spike. Stuff like that. Your win condition that will win you the game, and your team can communicate on what everyone's win condition is and figure it out. Like, teams should constantly be communicating. If you watch Doin' B, he's like this constantly. I think that's really good for LNG. Macro management. Objective control. Again, the word control. You can control your enemies. You can control vision. Important. Item power spikes, champion matchups, confidence. Tempo, momentum. The team has the ball. We went over this earlier. Play for objectives, not kills. Team game. I don't even know I know the solo queue way, but I don't even think about it. It's team game. Got a teammate around the corner. Okay. Win lane CS. In a losing or difficult matchup, play for CS and wait for teammate help. Alright. Importance of vision. Do not fight in the dark. You got Sauron's eye up here. The vision. Constantly vision. Information of the team. I can preach it over and over. Do not fight in the dark. Scout the enemy before you make a move or an attack. You can be prepared steps ahead if you have information on the enemy, which is very important, fundamental. You can plan your steps ahead. Play in the light. I don't think you ever want to take a fight in the dark because there's an enemy somewhere in there. They're baiting you into the jungle so their teammate can catch up and 2 versus 1 you when you think you're getting an easy kill. Don't chase. Or at least if you're going to chase, have vision first. It's not worth so play in the light. Have the map lit up like a Christmas tree. There's certain aspects of vision control. Taking the objectives, taking the enemy turrets. It's important to get the first turret blood. It's a good bit of gold. We're going... Our goal is to get as much gold as we can on the map. Maybe I should have put that on up in the slide. The vision will allow an open enemy territory on the map. So there's a line in the map, which I've kind of showed, or haven't showed yet, but I will. That you cross that line, you're on enemy territory. It goes from one corner down to the other. Once you cross that line, you're on enemy territory. So once you start getting vision past that, then that becomes, your team's territory too. Or you get their first turret down, like that's pretty much your territory up to before the T2 turret. And so then you keep the vision in the jungle below it. So, anyways, turn 75 gold into 300 or more. Takes preparation, planning moments ahead. Plan ahead, and vision allows you to plan ahead. Goal, keep the map lit like a Christmas tree. It's Christmas for everyone. Okay? Trying to hurry a little bit because I've hit on vision many times, but vision, communication. Players communicating the win conditions to the team. Doing B, constantly like this. Chovy. I think that's one reason why Chovy can't win the LCK finals. Until he's not shy and can talk like this. His teammates don't know what they can do to help him. So I'm hoping Gen G, I've hit on this, work on opening up Chovy and Doran. They're very good mechanical players. Great. Their communication could take some work, and it would really help them. If they have any flaw, that's what it is. It's the communication. If Chovy has a flaw, he's too shy and doesn't open up to his team. If he was communicating to them, all right, next back I'll have this, or 10 more CS, I'm going to do this. I think that constantly is what needs to be going on. That's what I've noticed from the best teams, but I don't speak Mandarin or Korean or whatever to know. So, but the Asian teams, they are constantly da 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 da. So you can't be afraid to talk to your teammates. You need to open up. I was too shy at the beginning of this. I've really opened up. Okay, team help each other stay positive. Emotionally support. Oh, I made an error. Emotional support. Okay, emotional support during the games when you're losing. Oh, no. Emotional support during losing games. Designate one leader, shot caller. 2, not telling you what you have to do, but an idea of what works. One person making the decision for 5 because you don't have the time to everyone make, so you have to trust that. And if it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong, you all go at the same time when they say go, you'll probably prevent death. Coordinating team fight as one. I think team should be one well-oiled machine. I played in Warcraft 3 champions at one time with many units, so I kind of see the team playing together as one unit too. So I don't really view just the one champion. Maybe that's a one-up I have. Enemy cooldowns, summoning spells, ultimates. Very important to keep track. At least I see in the Asian teams, Eastern teams, and I hit on my VOD review, they constantly put the timers in chat, and their teammates aren't saying, hey, stop typing to me. You go in solo queue, people are mean to you if you type stuff in chat, like the timer or ping. But the pinging and the cooldowns are so important, like keeping track of the enemy cooldowns. Flash at this time. So then you'll know later in the game if you take a team fight, well, he won't have flash. These little details to keep working till you get to that point where you can plan these little details, like a flash here will win you the game or an ignite. That's what I think the Eastern teams are doing in chat. And it sounds like to me the Western teams, they're still figuring out their communication skills and how to get along with each other while they're playing their games. They've put off, communication and working together. They live with each other probably in a house, or they're working with each other every day. But it's kind of like marriages too, like fixing your problems out in the bathroom. Like you don't talk to each other, but you see these problems the other does in the bathroom that you don't talk about. It's a given, right? So you and your wife, husband are working your marriage problems out in the bathroom every morning. Or this is over here when you don't like that. And so that's what teams are doing on the Summoner's Rift in games when they should have it ironed out. Who does what? They trust each other. They're not mad if this person gets that. I don't count kills in a game. I don't even pay attention to kills. I pay attention to the CS. And I'm trying to watch what my other teammates are doing. Anyways, so coordinating the team to fight as one like a well-oiled machine. The cooldowns, the ultimates, the spells, knowing that, keeping track of that, very important. I don't see the Western teams do it, or at least not aware. And that's one thing you gotta get. You can't say, well, we'll do that in the big game, because no, you won't. Practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. Yeah, like I think that's a skill that Western teams lack and need to figure out and learn the math and know exactly when this ultimate's up and you can take a fight. Then these are little details that why Western teams can't win worlds. It's these little things. or the CS. You know, like 300 CS at 30 minutes, 400 at 40, where other players tend to fall off from 30 to 40, where they only have like 280. Missing farm they could have that's in the side lanes crashing into each other. Farm and XP. Prepare objective before spawn. Turret diving. Planning steps ahead. Team knowledge of enemy. That's the vision and information again. And also like the information of their cooldowns and summoner spells and on and on. Turning a negative into a positive, a momentum swing. You can turn something bad into something really good, so don't get stuck on something really bad happened. Take the really bad and turn it into something really positive, because that's possible. It's reality. So do that. Don't turn a big negative of yours into a crying fit about this didn't go your way. Use that energy to turn that negative around to a positive. You can do that. You can use that energy for that. Instead of, oh, well, I didn't get my way here on my item, and none of that matters. And you wasted a bunch of energy you could have used to circumvent that or counter that from happening. Or go make a play to even it back up. Turn a negative into a positive, a momentum swing. Map awareness. Listening, obviously really important. Everyone needs to listen to each other. Everyone gets their opinion. Everyone gets their credit. Treat everyone the same. Not telling you what to do, but again, maybe an opinion of things that may make a team better or worse. Honesty among team. I think the honesty is a big one. Being honest. Not lying to yourself. Back to self. Honest with yourself. If you can't take this trade, then don't take it. If you can't take this all-in coin at level 3, then don't take it. If you think there's an enemy jungler right there and you don't have information, don't take it. If you have a ward there and they're not there and you know you can take it, you know there's no possible way that an enemy can come in and help an enemy that you're about to all-in to get a kill on, that's fine, but that rarely happens. There's always the hesitation of, well, I don't know if and you go and try it anyways. Just don't do it. Be honest that I can't do it. Okay? So, in-game chat pinging. Timer cooldowns, summoners, timestamps. There again, the keeping track of cooldowns, timers, summoner spells, alts. Successful teams type in chat. Enemy cooldown timer on summoner's ult. Knowledge when other team can ult. Flash, exhaust, cleanse, etc. These are kind of things I was talking about before, so I don't really guess I need to go over them. Vastly improved team knowledge of win conditions. I kind of worded that wrong. The information of the other team vastly increases your win condition. So team there. Fast style. Prepare Dragon or Herald ahead of spawn time. I can't stress that enough. That comes into our fundamentals of vision, prepare, information. Things is all the things I've been talking about earlier starting to come together. So it is, okay? Pinging out enemy on mini-map locations. Me personally, I am always watching my mini-map. I would like to get a job in this just so I can have actual in-game replays instead of watching Riot's broadcast to try to review a VOD because they're always in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nothing against them. They're great at what they do. For me personally, trying to be an analyst or a coach, the viewer is in the wrong place, normally at the wrong time. I'm wanting to see the fight going down in bottom lane on the mini-map or the top or the jungle where he put that ward. So there's a lot of guessing for that to me, just like when I do VOD reviews later. Okay? And it's from Warcraft 3 as well, and I forgot to put in the pinging started in Warcraft 3 with the minimap. And pinging, hey, look down here when you're playing it, because there's solo and there's team games on Warcraft 3. So you ping to show your teammate where you want to go or where you saw an enemy that they didn't see. You constantly ping where to go. I figured that was a given, so I forgot to put that in the beginning. But the pinging, you're always pinging. Teammates shouldn't get annoyed by somebody pinging. Constantly be pinging. And keeping track of the cooldowns. Okay, so timer cooldowns. I'll be right back again. I drank too much water. I'm actually going to need more caffeine in between this to get through all of this. So, and that's why I've been putting this off, is I normally don't drink caffeine in the second half of my day so I can go to bed. But tonight I'm drinking it late. Be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry I drank a lot of water today, so when I have caffeine and a bunch of water, it makes me have to pee a lot. So a little bit, I've been a little nervous for this. I'm kind of shy, and it also took me learning to open up as a person to even be able to do this today. So I've had to go through a lot of growth the last few years personally to even do this or try. I know a lot of people, it's hard for them to be honest face to face or give their honest opinion. They're always afraid of letting somebody down, but uh, lying to somebody is letting them down. Being honest to them is love. They may not hear what they want to hear if you're telling them something they need to know, but it's going to help them in their life and on down the road. But today it may hurt them a little bit because their feelings are going to get hurt. That's love. Being brave enough, man enough to tell them what they need to hear instead of lying to them like most people do. And then they just keep putting that lie off and off and off and off, and it just making it worse and worse. So teammates, coaches, like, let's not lie to each other, all right? You know, I hope to get in this club with everyone. It's not just like the team, but just being friends in the club with all the friends that are in this industry. All right, so here we go into micro mechanics, micromanagement. I got this from Warcraft 3. The actions per minute. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, QWE, 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 whatever. I think that's a given. Back in Warcraft 3, you needed at least, I think the rule was 200 APM or 250 APM to even be good, which is actions per minute. And I've parsed my league, and it's 300 to 400, and that's about what the high Starcraft player and Warcraft 3 have. And just depends if I've had caffeine or not. I start to get low energy. That's why my first 3 or 4 presentations were at the end of my day. Like I said, I don't drink caffeine at the end of my day. Right. So you do that for one reason, is spamming the keys relieve nervousness. There's more, but it also makes your reaction time much quicker. And it also maximizes the refresh time or action as fast as possible. Like, movement to another movement to another movement. It's doing that as fast as possible. Or auto attack to ability to auto attack. Weaving in those auto attacks. I learned first few years I had a lot of trouble in this game because I didn't know to auto attack. I didn't even think to auto attack with my champion like LeBlanc. I would like do in and go her combo, and all right. I didn't know to weave auto attacks in. I didn't know to turn auto attack off for quite a while. I wondered why my champion would move like this. So I got a lot of self-learning that took long lessons I can help you with. So there's many reasons, and those pro Koreans, that's what they do. And Chinese players, for years they've played like that. It's just how you do it. So I think Western players kind of say, why do I need to do that? Just try it. Trust me. It'll make you play better. It'll make you focus. It'll keep your head in. It keeps your head in the game, so you're not thinking something negative. You just don't think about it. It happens. And plus, it gets to where it's muscle memory, where you don't even think at all. It just naturally happens. So when you guys are prepared for these big games, the muscle memory should already be there, and you're not thinking. And you're so prepared when you're there that you're not thinking. You're ready for that day. So rhythm, tempo, warming up. Perfect last hitting minions. It really helps with that. I could get into a little bit more and show you in the practice tool, but we'll take some time to not do it. But perfect the last hitting of minions. It gives you a quicker reaction time. Faking out enemy player. I think where Faker kind of got his name is faking people out, like making them look like he roamed up here, but you didn't, and you're still in lane, or making it look like you recalled, and then you're out of the brush. You were in the brush and get somebody when they. That's how he started. Then there's the thing called Faker Ring that I say, where you're spamming F1 through F3. I mean F1 through F5, which is your teammates. F1 is top, jungle 2, mid 3, bot 4, 5. So every time you hit that, it takes you to that teammate, and then you can hit space bar to go back to yourself. Like, I hit space bar a lot, and I'm constantly right clicking and using A, like Gumayushi, to auto. And it helps me lane quicker too. Or it helps me last hit minions that I may normally miss if I don't. Which I would think people at this level understand the laning and how you're trying to get the 100 CS and the trades. Like, come on guys, if we don't get that, then what are we doing? So, spamming ability hotkeys. I watch Faker, I watch the best teams. Like, say you're going to use LeBlanc W. Well, he doesn't just hit W like this. Like, I about messed that up, didn't I? Uh-oh. How do I get it out of full screen? Okay, there we go. He doesn't just hit Q or W. He's W, 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 W until it procs. Like, he hits it many times even after it's went off. makes you the ability go faster. So it's been this way for a really long time. Just trust the system. Watching teammates F1 through 5. Kiting enemy taking no damage. You can't kite unless you learn a macro where you're stepping back and hitting auto when you can auto, and stepping back again until you can auto. I can show you how, but I would think you all know how to do that by now. You're grinding for muscle memory, and you're trying to find the angles on enemies that they can't. You can all in them, but they can't all in you, and you go in at that angle. Pro players know about the angles, I think. So micro is really important. Then we're the macro management, which is farming. Okay. Map strategy, game knowledge, team compositions, counters. Yeah, that's where your team just figures out how you want to play, your map strategy. This is all the stuff that you together as a team understand, I would think, is the macro of how our team plays, and you all have the same understanding. Team compositions and counters, entire team by vision control awards. I know for a fact I watched this Vitality game that Mac wanted me, and I saw. I don't think I saw perks by one ward. There's Labrov. I felt really bad for Labrov because he's on this superstar team, and these guys are too good to buy wards, and the vision lost them the game. I would work for Vitality. Vitality, you want to hire someone here. But everyone buys wards. Everyone. If you want to win as a team, you play as a team, you buy wards as a team. It's no one's job, it's everyone's responsibility. There are there are no jobs, there are responsibilities. Optimum build, knowing the item power spikes, the meta, some of these are given, right? I'm just letting you know I know. Objective control, vision control. Control is in the name of vision control. Control and own enemy movements. You can literally control your enemies where you want them to go because you're steps ahead of them with vision control, which is also sweeping out everything. Just vision, vision, vision. If I'm on a team, vision, vision, vision. Vision. Objective control, vision. Control is in word. Control and own objectives starting with wards leading to kills. So if you've got a ward at an objective, that is your objective until the enemy comes and wards it out and claims their own. So it's really your objective. You already got it. You're controlling it. And now you just need to keep the enemy team away from it and control it. Same thing with vision. Get them to go to one side of the map or the other and stay ahead. Lane pushing and pushing advantages on the map, like pressure. I think that one's kind of a given. Playing multiple lanes. I want my teams to play all 3 lanes if possible. I don't want side waves to ever get wasted. No farm. No waste of CS. Please farm all the gold on the map. That's like the main goal of this game, is don't waste minions, waves, CS. Players complaining about, I need this item, but you've wasted 2 waves and not bought wards. You could have already had the gold for that. You're spending more time complaining about it than actually doing what it takes to achieve it. Set up turret dives. Movement control. Map awareness. Play from or off the mini-map. I think some of these should be a given at pro level, right? Roles. These are just very basic, generic things I made up to kind of say, hey, do we have an understanding of the roles? Which, based from fundamentals implemented by the team. Top, side lane, shove the solo lanes forward. try and cause enemy attention to prevent or steal objective reset while TP is available. Trendemir has been my favorite champion since the beginning. I played Trendemir for 10 years. I've been trying to get pros to play Trendemir for years. One thing that I've seen that they don't do right is use the Ghost and Flash properly, where what you can do late game is be pushing clear up into the enemy territory and turrets, like in the enemy base, and get away. Because you got the Ghost and Flash, there's no way the other team will catch you. So you've got your team down here taking an objective or something, and got the Trendemir pushing up in, like got the other team scared to death because Trendemir takes turrets really fast. So they've got to probably send 2 guys to stop him. So then you've got a 4 versus 3 down here. And so Trendemir is constantly doing that. And then going back out with the Ghost, or like a yo-yo. I call it a yo-yo. Going back and forth and playing with the team. Or hiding in the top lane somewhere. Like they've recalled and waiting for a little while for the waves to crash into each other. Then taking the wave and then pretending that you're going back again. And just constantly messing with the enemy team. That's kind of why I like top lane. But you can control the team. And so then you're kind of, that's like the thing of top lane, is that's what you're trying to do, or with mid, and you're trying to catch the enemy team without a teleport so you can get a 4 versus 5. But that, there's a lot more into it, but I'm just saying. So like some of the point, and I never liked Ghost and Flash on Trendemir, I like teleport, but I learned that the Ghost is so you can get clear up into the enemy base and have a way to get back out. And then enemy teams send in 2 guys up here because they can't stop Trendemir solo. And you've got a 3 versus 4 down here, and you won that objective. Might even win this objective if you know how to play Trendemir. And you do that when you're split pushing. Like, you know, kind of like hide out in the side bushes a little while and wait for the waves to crash into each other a little bit and then come out and farm it and then go back, and then the enemy thinks that you went back, so they're sending a guy, or they got to send a guy because they think you're there but you're not, you're with the team. There's a lot of things you can do right there playing with the other team to get yourself in a win condition to fight. Jungle. Vision static pressure on the map. I kind of view the jungle as a ward, and I think the jungler should be static. He's kind of a makeup guy wherever's needed. I have a way to kind of go in this to explain it, and I will. Primary objective control, makeup. Mid, makeup, burst damage, usually main carry, kiting, taking no damage. These are just generic things, so we're all on the same page. Bottom's the turret machine. I think AD's that way because you're the best at taking turrets, and then you can clean up and fight. So you're the team fight DPS. Over time, you should do the most damage because you don't have mana, and it's all attack damage. Kiting, taking no damage. Support, vision, makeup. You're the main vision as support because Riot gave you that item. When I jungled, I was one of the main vision guys back when I used, what's the item called that gives you the 4 wards? I don't know, that's so long ago. The one that Insect made, and then you could ward hop from it. Vision Stone. Okay, so then you've got one guy that gets the 4 ward things, so they're important, and where they put those wards and learning the spots and getting deep wards in with the jungle, or support and jungle work together. And also there's the mid-jungle synergy duo that you should have. And then it all comes together, and once you do, you can defeat the enemy nexus. I guess I'll kind of explain I don't have the Rift tool. It's on the other computer, I forget what it's called, where you can Rift Kit. Okay, so the Trendemir thing, like you've got this opened up, these are gone, right? And you're pushed up here. Trendemir can come clear up in here with the Ghost Flash because in this area, no one will be able to catch him with Ghost Flash, and the same here. So the distance he can get away is no one will ever catch him. So go up here and start banging on that and go away. And then all of a sudden, maybe you're trying to fight Baron or Dragon down here, and you got 4 people. So the 5's up here. Now you're banging on this, and you're banging on that. And now they got to send 2 guys to stop Trendemir, and you've got 3 here against 4. You should win that. And Trend, that's kind of like Trend's the yo-yo to get clear into the enemy base solo. And they're scared of Trendemir by this point. And Trendemir's been my favorite champion for 10 years. They don't even play him right. When he was OP'd was with Gore Drinker, because you could go into a team fight, proc off the Gore Drinker and completely heal yourself, and then ult, or other way around, or heal yourself after ult. But that's what made him really OP, was the Gore Drinker. Not the extra dash, but so yeah, that's that. And there's a lot more. Play style, professional play, basic fundamentals, play in the light, light up map, adapt on the fly. These are just things I think that I personally, we, and good coaches would agree on. Being able to adapt on the fly, decision making, know you have backup before fight. Again, you do not all in unless you know you got a teammate around the corner that can back you up if the trade goes wrong. Fight as a team. Fully commit in fights. I think there's a lot of fights that are lost because somebody didn't fully commit all in, and that little split second made a difference. Make decision and commit, no hesitation. Take enemy objectives and territory. That's pretty much how you win. Take all of their stuff. Not let them in your stuff. Defend your territory. Kiting is these are just professional playstyle words, I guess. Teamwork. Over-aggression. Under-aggression. Like Ben, for example, since MSI is going on, he's kind of a aggressive, over-aggressive top, I would say, more than an under-aggressive one. So you know he's always going to put map pressure up top, which I like. When you have that, then your jungler is going to think he has to be up there all the time, and you can get a lot done with your jungle and the rest of your team down here on the bottom side of the map. Like Dragon, you may have to give up a Herald or something, but whichever is more efficient. But I kind of like the super aggressive top laner myself, but that's me. Confidence, there's plus and minuses. A good guy that can take map pressure and not the way I play. I kind of do a mix of it. If my guy I'm playing against wants to push up enemy, I let him push up enemy, and then I'm like, hey jungler, look, this guy's right here. You can gank him right now. Like when I see somebody pushed up because where I jungled so long, I see it as an opening to gank. Like somebody's asking to get ganked when they're pushed up like that. Confidence. I think confidence is really important. You get that from all the grinding. Map awareness and organization skills. Thoughts on jungler pathing. Buy a ward, save a life. Years of jungle study and success. Bengi, Insect, Spirit, Dandy, Peanut, Tarzan, Y, Tien. Static jungle route, no set jungle path. I like the static. I like that you don't know where my jungler is going to come. At all times, you're guessing where he is. If you have a set style, then the enemy's going to figure that out and counter you. So really, there is no need to have a set jungle path. Place vision for teammates stuck in lane, preparing objectives, crab, dragon, bear, get all the scuttle crabs, get all the vision, figure that's a given. Counter jungle when you can, which is taking the enemy jungle so he doesn't get any of his. Steal the enemy buffs when you can, but the objectives are more important. Provide vision around overextending teammates in dangerous territory. These are the ones I wanted to talk about. I was looking for this slide. How do I erase this? Okay. So all I mean is say Ben is this guy. And he's pushed clear up here around this corner, right? So he has no way to get out. Well, then that's where I would think my jungler would come gank him. Say I'm pushed clear up into Ben. I think my jungler should be up in here jungling. So it's giving me backup to press, like when I got the pressure. And see, I think my way is you don't pressure this unless you got a teammate here to help or provide you vision or all. If this is lit up, then yeah, press this, take the turret down. But if you have no information, like say the jungler can be down here, over there, I'll get to the bottom in a minute, but say I need him here so I don't get ganked from Ben, then my jungler jungle this route. And then like the same thing down here at bottom, say my team's pushed clear up here and we have no wards, maybe it got a ward there. I would want my jungle to take in this area while we're pushed up. Then they can be confident the entire time. Right? I mean, this does ask for their jungler to come in, but chances are he's probably here or there, so you'll see him. So that's what I mean by that. Like, he's a human ward, and you jungle where your pressure is on the map. There's no set way, and there's certain situations. Counter jungle, provide vision around overextended teammates in dangerous territory. Human ward. Punish overextended enemies pushed into enemy turrets. Ganks don't need to be just takedowns. Preventing a death is a win too. Fixing lane, fixing vision. No lane matchups. Practice the solo lanes to help learn matchups. I would hope maybe my teammates or whatever, if they want to be the best in the world, maybe have experience from all the lanes. Me, I've never mained, so I've played a lot of support in jungle. And it's hard for me to pick a main. That's why I don't have a main one account. I like all of it. But, yeah. So ganks don't need to be just takedowns. Preventing a death or fixing a lane is one too. Vision, adding vision in the lane is a win. Just preventing your teammate from dying when he has bad death conditions. I guess we'll call it death conditions too. Death conditions is when your team is going to lose. Death conditions. No lane matchups. Strong mid and jungle. Create map pressure. Showmaker Canyon. Chovy Tarzan. Faker Owner. Who else do we want? We could go on and on. Go where needed on the map. See, Zhao, Wei, GG, Scout. Objective control. Importance of buffs, when not to take the buff. We kind of went over that already. Plan ahead. We went over that. First turret, first dragon, first herald. I don't know. We don't know either till it's the game. We know the first turret is really important for the gold bonus. I think herald is kind of the most important because of the buff. If you get the buff and can push a turret or two, I mean, you can get 2 turrets. But anyways, efficient use of Baron buff, not get Baron buff and waste it. When you get Baron buff, you want to get all your lanes pushed in the enemy side. So you can take advantage of those bigger minions pushing as much as they can into the enemy side. Efficient use of Baron buff, closing out the game with a lead. I think that's really important because I've seen a lot of games where somebody gave the losing team an in and then they come back. So if you can prevent that, then that's a win condition. Vision control, all aspects of vision. Objectives win you the game. the turrets, the nexus, the objectives, not the kills. The kills come to you. Don't even worry about them. Worry about the CS. Map pressure and vision. Winning a lane is staying ahead of opponent in CS. So some of this map pressure and more vision, map vision, scouting the enemies in fog on the mini-map and uncovering the fog. And I got into it earlier. I'm going to preach that it's vision, but the vision's the big thing. Scuttle crabs equal vision, so get all of them if possible. I figure that's a given. And that when you get a scuttle crab and it's in front of the objective, dragon, or herald, that's a plus because then the enemy won't be able, because if you don't, then the enemy does have vision on the objective you're trying to take, whereas they don't if you get the crab. So there's kind of a you should get it now or not. Or if you had, you can be like, hey team, look at this, I'm going to get the dragon. Come fight us. Turn objectives into team fights in gold. Static jungle routes keep them guessing. I like the static jungle route. Don't shove lane unless vision or jungler teammate is in the vicinity. I went over that. I went over that a minute ago where if I'm up here in top lane and I'm shoved over here, plus this is the line I was talking about. You go over that line, river line, it goes halfway across. That's the enemy territory. That's the way I look at it. It splits the map perfectly. So I'm over here in enemy territory pushed up. I don't have a ward there. Maybe my ward's here. Even if my ward's there, I'd still like my jungler to jungle these camps. So you can come help me if I need it. Gives me security as a laner. Same thing if I was here. Mid, you don't really have that luxury. You have to decide, am I safe on this side or am I safe on that side? And really, you can have mid come up and help you here, but you don't see that in solo queue. Again, why I want to be a coach, because there's all these concepts I understand, and I can't get the players that want to play that way. They're only at the highest end. Jungle farm near teammates who are extended in enemy territory. River line is magic line to split map in half. The line I showed. So again, I've always seen it when I'm laning. I would think pros know this by now, but there's a magic line that's perfectly split. That's not perfectly straight, but splits that perfectly. And when you're over that line, that's enemy territory. So once you're over enemy territory, be prepared to get ganked or die unless you have some vision here giving you some information. Or here, if you have information, then yeah, you can go forward. But don't go forward without information. Okay? Again, I got so much to try to explain here, and I can't teach you how to do this all at once. I just want a team to hire me so I can work for them. I mean, I have all these concepts and knowledge based off, so maybe you could trust me as an analyst, and I can watch your games and watch your other teams you're playing against and give you the information you need to help you. I would think if the team would let me work with them for a split and at least just give my feedback, that they would see it would help them, not harm them, and they would want to hire me in spring or hire me now. Protect. River line is magic line to split map in half. Protect team territory. Again, once the enemy is over this line, you should be pissed and doing whatever it takes to get them out of your side of the map. So whenever an enemy's there, you need to be pissed and protect your homeland. It's the easiest way I can say. Because once they're over that line, they're wanting to take your stuff. You know, defend your home. I think that's why LCS isn't the best at this, because they don't have pride. I do. I'm a proud American. You know, I'm proud of my country and where we come from. And I'm not proud of how LCS results are or how LCS is ran. I really respect a lot of Asian culture that's family, love, family, right? So I'm hoping LCS, my country, has more pride in itself. instead of going and looking like a jerk, or more pride instead of hiring people that aren't from here and hiring people that are good from here. Talent scouting. You can talent scout from other servers. Absorb enemy pressure. I don't know. I've always had thoughts on LPL players too. Why not import them? They might be cheaper than LCK players and have the same level of mechanics. I guess Reggie tried that. Play both sides of map. Strong jungle mid duo. I would prefer. I want the team playing this and that. I guess some people play like one side or the other, but to me it's all a balancing act. Like when this turret's down, say that turret's down there and that turret's down. Well, these minions got a certain place where they're going to hit. There or like there. So you come up, I'm trying to explain this. You come up in here and hopefully you have some vision here. This is like late game and you get ready to take these minions here in this wave when they crash into each other. So then you wait till kind of the last moment, take them, and then go back out. And then the enemy thinks you're still up here and start trying to send somebody there. And then you let them crash a little bit and you think, okay, they're not there. And then you come back out, take the minions, and then you just really confuse the enemy team. You kind of play like that. That's fakering a little bit. Absorb enemy pressure. See, I kind of look at things like there's no one way or another. People say he's a strong side player, he's a soft. I don't look at it that way. You just know to absorb the enemy pressure or to push. You know when to push or not. You push your advantage when you've got a jungler in your area, and when you don't, you let them push. Then mid can come help you. Or if it's coordinated. Anyways, just a team out there, we could put this all together and win. Play both sides of the map, strong mid duo, can pressure enemy turret and dive enemy under turret if set up. Team and players try to create snowball. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what happened here? There we go. Sorry about that. Where was I? Okay. Play both sides of the map. Can pressure enemy turret and dive enemy under turret if set up. This is all you coordinate and plan it out ahead of time with the communication. Teams, it doesn't just happen. Like the players waiting for these things just to happen. It's never going to happen for you until you communicate. Like Chovy. Like Chovy. I don't have anything negative to say. I do see that he is shy. And people can't be in his head. He's got to. I had the same problem. I've had all this bottled up, but I had to learn to communicate this information. Teams and players try to create snowball for momentum to win game. There's that word snowball. I think Mac, you used snowball. There we used it. Laning phase goals. Here's the line thing I was talking about. Remembering the fundamentals is a big thing because I tend to forget it. Controlling wave and wave management. I could go more detail into this or not. Like my gist is just knowing when to push the wave up. Knowing you can control your wave, like push it up or let it push back into you, or you can keep it in the middle. Those are like basic fundamentals. So you may not want to push it up into enemy territory unless you have a teammate coming or one in the vicinity or one that gave you vision, then you can push up. Because every time you push up, then the team sees that and thinks that you've got a jungler somewhere that you don't. So I would love to go more in detail with this with the teams. So please, teams out there. Reset lane if needed and should not push. That's where you can let it just kind of ride here in this middle the whole time. This is the reset, or at least I call it. where it's neutral at this line. The wave is crashing in neutral. And it's not going either way. There's times to know when to do that and when not. And you can reset it. Capture the enemy turret. Get first turret. That's really important to try to get the first turret. Plan ahead. Waiting for help. Don't push up until you got help, or know, again, your brotherhood of teammate around the corner before you make an attack. Winning a lane is staying ahead of opponent in CS. Help each other. There's map awareness again. Needing to know, pay attention to your minimap. Somebody went up here. If the mid is roaming. But when teams are communicating all this, and they can go F1, F2, F3, they pretty much know all of this, or know where somebody's going to go ahead of time. But even like Faker's team, they communicate all of this. That's why they're doing so well. It's not that they all know. They all do know, but they're still communicating with each other. Just because they know doesn't mean they don't communicate to each other that this is what they're looking for in the game. They're making their movements in the game. Okay, so remember the vision control. Entire team ward the map. We went over everyone. It's your responsibility to have vision. Unless you have like 6 items. Plan and prepare Dragon Pit for capture ahead of time. Plan your Herald, Dragon, Scuttle. Plan your movements ahead of time. Start planning ahead of time. You got time where you click a character from one lane and it's got to run clear down here. You got time to prepare what you're going to do right then instead of staring at your character. That doesn't do you any good. Entire team ward map. Plan and prepare the objectives ahead of time. Plan for the first Herald. Efficient use / enemy turrets taken with Herald buff. If you get that Herald, then you want to make sure you don't waste the buffs, just like Baron, Elder, and so on. I could go into further detail, but okay, trying to shorten this. Laning. There's the magic line. And this is the reset area when it's in. Like this area here, actually I think that photo is off a little bit. It should be down a little bit more. But where that alcove and stuff is in the middle, and the middle where the blue and red wave hit into each other at the neutral position. And then that spot changes the more and more turrets you get down, and you can learn those spots and side wave and side lane. The most important thing I see Western teams not do is stand around arguing where to go while there's side waves being wasted. Where the Western teams kind of move around the map, where they move their character here. All right, I'm going to take that, and then I'm going to plan to move my character back down here. Like they're planning movements ahead of time. Importance of level 1 to level 2. It's probably the most important power spike in the entire game. You can get a 1-up and all-in somebody, but if you're not confident, don't even mess with it. Just try to get the CS. But every pro should know this about their matchup and character and practice it. Your goal of 10 CS per minute. 100 at 10. 200 at 20. 300 at 30. 400 at 40. Hold on to the summoner spells till the last second. Hold on to the biscuits and baiting the enemy team for a kill. See like top players seem to hold on to their biscuits like in a trade and all in early, and then the player forgets, oh, he has a biscuit, he's going to heal himself, and it's too late. I think that's what the biscuits do. It took me forever to figure out what the minion dematerializer does. I thought you just use it to take cannon minions, but then I learned, no, wait a minute. I had to think about it why a Faker would take one and not. He's using it to move a minion out of the way so you can land an ability on the enemy. It's beautiful. I think like that too. So that's why the high-end people take the minion dematerializer if others don't know. But it's like, say you're going to do Zoe's Q and there's a minion in the way or something, and you take that, it hits them dead on. Or like Lee Sin Q. Set up dives with the teammates. Prepare ahead of time. We should know what dives are now when you're overextended or you're extended and you got the jungler there, you can dive. We should know what dives are, plan them ahead. Why I favor TP over Ignite. I think TP's more broken than Ignite, but it's a late game thing. So if you're planning to play for 30 minutes, you should always take Ignite, or I mean take TP, because it'll do more work late game than Ignite. If you think you're going to end the game before 20 minutes, I guess take the Ignite. But I always like TP. That's just me. I think it could be used to more advantages. Again, unless you're going to win, you know you're going to win in 20, 25 minutes, then okay, take Ignite. But that TP is much more important to win games. Wave manipulation, freezing, shoving, reset, create map pressure. It's what I was hitting on earlier, where you let these waves push up and push up and push up while you're laning, or you keep it in the same spot, which is just like freezing it or neutral. And you got advantages where you can bully the enemy, where it's kind of like a stalemate or a checkmate, where they know that you're going to all in trade them so they stay away. And these are concepts that I would think pro players know, but maybe they need their fundamentals explained again and driven. I mean, being a coach, I think that all the pro players probably know at some point all this information I'm trying to say. It's just remembering it. So a coach just helps you remember this information and drive it in your head. If you write stuff down, you'll remember it. It commits to memory. Push out the waves before leaving lane. Really important to make sure these waves are shoving up this way. This is the one other thing I see wrong in the side lanes. I'm going to probably review a couple games here later that will be the same thing. Okay. I don't know. It's just like, say you're laning and you need to back, right? So what that means is don't back when the enemy's wave is pushing against your wave. You know, there's like one wave is pushing more than the other wave, like the enemy wave is pushing more than your wave, or vice versa. So, and what I see in the late game and end game is players don't shove those waves out, so they go towards enemy nexus instead of yours. And that's why you got to get like clear up here or up here, side laning later in the game, and say there's a wave here or a wave here, like shove that so it goes up this direction. Shove the enemy waves like beyond, like onto the, I think once it gets beyond the enemy territory thing, like I said, it starts pushing that way. But you want to keep pushing this wave into this, and this, and this. So like late game, you want to keep pushing those side waves so they go into this, and this. And so you push those out. You don't want to like back when the enemy's, well, if you're coming down here to push this out, it's pushed up like this way, you know? That just means like early game. If, say he's mid is pushed near your turret, about right here, right before your turret, don't recall. Like push your turret complete, or push your wave completely out before recalling. Don't leave your lane. Don't leave your lane in a really bad spot. A lot of players in solo queue aren't even aware, or in games that they can manage the waves, or they're wasting waves, wasting what, like 300 gold. But to win the game, it's a lot easier when you get these late waves shoving in to the enemy side and not your side. Like you're trying to prevent the enemy waves from pushing on your sides. So you want that wave at least over here on enemy territory, not over here. So you got to get these waves pushed clear up here. That's where TP comes in. Maybe your top laner, since he's clear up here and you're down here, and then your mid's down here and you're going to fight Dragon. So he can come down here and he needs to go up here at like the last minute possible, like at a time when they don't have TP, so they got to send their guy up here to push this wave back. TP comes in down here, and then you got 5 versus 4. Objective control. I could go way more into detail, but that's just the basis. So side lanes, controlling the side lanes, not letting them go to waste. They're very important. The Western teams don't do it. If I said something earlier that the Western, where I meant the Asian, I meant Eastern teams. But I see the Western teams, they don't manage these side waves very well. Can't tell you what to do or not do. Pushing into enemy territory without vision, going over that line without any vision. It's fine to go over that line if you got vision around here. You know, you want to go on enemy territory, great. You want to go past this line, make sure you got some vision there or there or there first, because if it's black, you're probably going to get ganked. So, I mean, there's other variables, but that's like the easiest way to think about it. And if you have that fundamental, you won't forget. And probably don't need to go into any more detail about it. We're getting close. So creating lane, winning lane, snowball, which creates momentum, and don't push into enemy territory without vision. Pick or ban. This is what I want to be part of. I dream of being the guy watching the game on the LEC broadcast. Oh, there I am for 5 minutes, because I don't want the fame and spotlight the whole time, but having a little bit's cool. There's me. Hi, family. So that's cool. This is the coach's time to shine. Pick or ban. There's a lot more I could get into, because the game is won or lost here, especially between good teams and bad teams. It's lost right here. So Mac, this is Mac's time to shine. He's probably past to the point where he'll be like the GM soon or something. The game can be won or lost here in pick ban. This is what I like the most about this game that keeps me in it is, I've kind of been bored with playing the game for a while or years, but I'm really interested in this coaching pick or ban team comp synergy thing, because it's so fun, all of the different characters and their synergies, and they counter this or that. So trying to come up with ones, 5 of them that fight together really well and have synergy, that is cool, and I want to be part of that. And I've never really had a chance or reason to figure out team synergy, but if I get hired, I definitely will. That'll be one of my projects. So the draft priority is really important in the pick or ban. The side is important if you've got red or blue, because the blue, red trading 2 for 1, etc. But I can go into a lot of detail, but we're trying to save time. I knew this presentation would take a while. I didn't think it would take this long. The team comp and synergy, that's what really interests me. All drafts play differently. So hopefully you're not drafting one that your team's never tried before. And professional competition, or at least when you're at Worlds. Some team comps may be good late game or early. Play to the comp. That just means the scaling, item scaling, like Rise, for example. or at least like old Rise, he was really good late game, but kind of weak for 20 minutes or 30 minutes. The characters that have 1 item power spikes, or you got characters that have 2 or 3 item power spikes, like Jace. I don't know. There's too many to name. I mean, it's past the point of trying to say I know all the champs. There's too many. It's already a job. So it's already a job how much time I spend watching this stuff. Okay. Some team comps may good. So scaling. Practice every scenario that can happen in game. Preparation. So it's like common sense. The best teams that win are the most prepared. Back to the Patriots coach Bill Belichick. His teams are the most prepared. They practice situations that other teams would never even think to get in the worst case scenario. You know, like a game 5, best of 5, series 5, world championship final game. And my 5 unsealed spellbook comp that I want to pull out. My backup against the wall that no one's seen, and we can control the objectives. No one can steal Baron, Dragon, Elder, and I pull out something new. No one's seen it, but we win Worlds. We had that saved the whole time. There's an example. I've not seen 5 unsealed spellbooks. I think Riot would nerf it if they saw it. I think summoner spells are the most OP thing in the game. So getting a book of it. Some team comps may be good late game. I'll practice every scenario. Preparation. Recall the scenarios practiced. While you're in pick and ban, you can say, remember that time that we did this? That's why I think it's really important, like my pick or ban thing, to have this on paper. So while you're there, maybe you could scroll. You could have the games and scroll through them real quick, or in your notebook. Because all the data and information you put on the computers are absolutely useless if you don't have a reason or a way you can organize them and see them when you need them. And I think paper is overlooked. Not saying it's the way to go, but I think, like, I remember watching the Patriots coach, and in his office he has, it's what inspired me. I have these binders I've made of world championships and stuff, of the pick ban game analysis thing I'm showing you. I have binders. I saw Bill Belichick in his office had binders of every game, like the date of Patriots versus Kansas City, December 14th, 2019. I don't know. And he has all of the data from that game on paper, so he can go through and kind of recall, well, what happened in that game, because he has all the data. But if he's looking for it in a tablet, it's kind of meaningless. You can't flip through it. Some of you are younger and maybe you don't like paper at all. But me being older, I prefer paper. It doesn't mean put everything on paper, but maybe there are some things that in this game that, like writing things down to commit to memory, that maybe need change. Maybe I bring in an older point of view, more mature. Scouting enemy team analysis, including favorite champs, solo queue, scrims, past games, no win conditions. Early game. So scouting enemy before laning phase starts at 1:30 in the game. Early game importance of level 1, 2. Power spikes is massive. Entire team work with jungler on objectives. Scout enemy, I've put that about 100 times in here, but the vision's the most important. Here's my rule again. CS goal of 10 per minute. 100 at 10, 200 at 20, 300 at 30, on, and do that every game. Unless you're fighting nonstop. Prepare vision for objectives ahead of time early game. I kind of went over this already, is why I'm going fast. So collect all dragons and heralds if possible. Destroy enemy turrets. These are just goals, preparation. Work together and protect teammates. Prepare vision around dragon pit to capture first dragon / vision control ward. All right, so it just means the vision thing again, but preparing a minute ahead of time. Instead of everyone, you got the dragon. Hey team, we need to fight dragon in a minute. Okay, you go down there. oh wait, our support backed. Or wait, our jungler backed, so we don't have smite now, and the other team can come in and smite the dragon and we lose it. Just things like that. Like, be prepared that, okay, you don't need to back yet till we get the dragon, then you can back and get the item. So, like, plan your item backings. Don't do it while you're getting a buff or right before you're getting ready to play. Everyone on the same page. And I think I bring in ways to work on this. Maximize gold return from Herald. Acquire first turret. Gold is a really important one in this game. And use of the Herald buff. Map awareness, I hear over and over. The mini-map thing, knowing you pretty much get a sense of where your enemies are. I knew that back in the Warcraft 2 days. The guy that trained me about vision, you would think he map hacked because he knew where everyone was going to go. But he had been through every situation so many times. It's instinct. And I mean, they talk about Starcraft players being like that. He was like that in Warcraft 2. System for transferring buffs priority over objectives. Steal enemy buffs and jungle camps. This means like objectives are the most important thing. So if you got a blue buff or a herald, take the herald. Let the enemy team get the blue buff. Who cares? You're going to get a turret. Take their stuff. If you want to beat the team, take their stuff. It makes it a lot easier. Take their jungle first. Mid-game. This is where you get like 2 item power spikes. Your bot laner should... Oh, this is the really important one that I see and I don't think others see. And I hope... Okay. Mid-game, after a turret is down, pro teams, the bottom laner goes mid. Alright? Now the bottom lane stays mid the rest of the game. He does not go wandering off here, unless he has a support or a jungle. But this is his lane now. You got to keep him safe. Why? Because he has no dash to get away or save himself. Maybe one really rare exception, you have Lucian or Zeri. I don't know. I don't know much about Zeri. Could she get away? Somebody that can get away with gap distance tools. A dash. Maybe side lane. So then, this is where, at this point, your top is farming here now, at bottom, or here, or your mid is. So your mid and top go to the solo lanes. And that's where your jungle and support work in between in these areas to keep you from dying and you from dying and protect you. And so, like, if you're a mid down here and you're solo pushing clear up here, well, you should not push up here unless you have some vision in here, and then that's fine. Other than that, the enemy's going to come around and get you. It's the same thing. So mid-game, the bottom laner, the AD carry, is now a mid laner, and the mid lane goes to top or bottom. It is a solo side laner now, the rest of the game. You can go on missions if you can dash and get out of things. Fine, go on a mission, but do not go unless you've got a jungler, a support, or a teammate in the jungle or vision knowledge. Don't make movements unless you have prior information or knowledge to make the movement, like moving from here to here. Or I mean moving from here to here. Unless you don't move there as the mid or top, unless you have some information through here that you know you're not going to get ganked, and then take the turret or whatever. But if not, back, and then come back and do it again wherever you need to go. And so the jungler's trying to shove this in solo and has the teleport, and that's why I like my mid to have teleport, so the mid can get this side lane, and then here the bot stays here the rest of the game, except for going to objectives, or maybe you're going to call, let's go up here and team fight. So then, instead of standing around and having your top laner here, and your bottom, and your jungle, and your support, and you got maybe your mid solo pushing, you got all these waves wasting over here. You don't do that. You take and plan to take these waves while you're waiting. There's like a 30 seconds or so in between all of this for them to spawn and reach down there, and that gives you plenty of time to plan your next move through the jungle or where you're going to go. So there's a little explanation about it, but that's kind of the rule. The only rule I really say that I've seen watching every game 10 years, the mid or the bottom lane goes mid 15 minutes or longer, or after the first turret's down, and the solo lanes shove out the side lanes. But the mid or the bottom is not a side lane anymore. There's certain exceptions. Rule of thumb. Okay, support and jungle protect the solo laners top and mid. Work as one unit, work together. Play both sides of the map, the side lanes. Prepare a minute or two ahead. Objective control. Create enemy team miscommunication. Prepare and capture Baron and the buff. Efficient use of the Baron buff to push in enemy lanes. Important of Dragon Soul costing game. Okay, mid-game, the side laning. Mid-game plus side laning. Again, side laning, I've heard there's a couple people that make a living off preaching to side lane. But it's the one thing that Eastern teams do that Westerns do not. They do not understand this side laning thing, and they let waves of gold waste and experience waste while they're trying to fight in their own communication in the team. They're fighting each other while they're trying to fight enemies that want to fight them too. But they're letting waves waste while they're trying to figure out where to go. The Eastern teams seem to have that planned out, and you've got a gap in between where one wave will crash into the other one, and that gives you time to figure out your next movement. Importance of side waves mid and late game, gold and experience. Don't miss side wave unless objective priority team fight. Don't let the wave go to waste. It's like 300 gold and experience. Have vision. Have your jungle support give you vision. That's all they need to do. Like, come up, while you're pushing here. Hey, have support come here, put me a ward here, and I can shove up. Or top lane or whatever. Hey, jungle, put me a ward here, and I can shove up. And then you got that teleport that anytime you need a team fight. So anyways, that's kind of how you play. Solo lanes shove out waves to enemy territory instructions. Again, you want to shove the wave so it's not on your side of the map or it's not pushing to your side of the map. If you shove it out far enough, it'll keep pushing the waves into the enemy side. The further you go, the further it's going to push into the base turrets and nexus turrets and inhibitors. I would think pros understand this, but I know Riot never told them in their game tutorials. How could they know? Bot laner moves mid for wave farming. Solo lanes go top and bottom protected. I kind of went over that. That's one of the biggest things in this entire presentation that's important. Learn to play both sides of the map. It gives you room to kite out enemies when you're in a side lane. Teams tend to get locked in skirmish mode and forget the CS again, where it's like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. They stop like trying to farm the waves, and then their CS falls off, and then because it's not about the items, you also need to push the waves. It's not about a guy getting gold or not. It's about the waves pushing into the enemy base to help you win. You're not going to win if you got 3 lanes shoving into your base. Like, it's too much to... You got to have 3 people shove those clear out. So, yeah. Teams get on a breakdown of communication and where to go. So, yeah, about 30 minutes, 40 minutes when you should be getting like 300 CS, 400 CS. That's when people get like 250 at 30 minutes in. 300 at 40 minutes in, you're missing 100 CS. And that's, again, it's not just the CS. It's the shoving the waves into the enemy side of the map to win the game. Because you see pros and stuff, they don't even know how the waves work. Or at least it looks like it. Teams, okay. Break down a communication where to go. So, you know, like late game, starting mid game, teams start to fall apart because they don't get things their way, cry babies, crying, whatever. We'll work on that. Gives room to kite out overextended enemy without vision or teammate. Then, like, together as a team, build a system for collecting the side waves and get back to objectives before the next wave. So again, that wave is gold experience, and it's also helping you take down the enemy nexus. It's taking down their turret in their base, or it's shoving into the inhibitor in their base. So shoving those waves clear out toward the enemy base is part of it that you don't see in solo queue and pro games that players don't even understand. But here we go. Here's somebody that's willing to teach you and show you. Decent gap of time from one wave to the next. So learn the timing. You got time from the side wave crashing into the next one. 30 seconds, 40 seconds. And internal conflict causing breakdown of communication and indecision. That's where teams start to lose, right? Okay, late game goals. So put the Elder Dragon here. I'm trying to finish this out. Don't forget CSing in a 40-minute game. Keep hitting the 10 CS per minute goal. 400 CS at 40, 500 at 50. Obtain Elder Dragon buff to close out the game. That's like the big coin flip there. Get Elder Dragon, win the game. There's more to it than that, but at that point, it's kind of a coin flip if you made it that far. So if you want to win the game, you pretty much need to plan and prepare to take the Elder Dragon no matter what, unless you can finish the game out before Elder spawns. Shove the waves out in the side lanes, all lanes, so waves push and crash into enemy territory. Again, it's not just the waves you're wasting in gold and farm, but you also need to shove them so they're shoving in the enemy side and not into your base, helping the enemy take your turrets and stuff down. The minions help you win the game. Minions. Know where the waves crash together on the map so you can roam map while waiting for next wave and hide in fog of war to confuse the enemy. Example, start fighting objectives while solo lane is pushing side lane in enemy territory to confuse the yo-yo and create miscommunication on enemy team. So then you're causing them to fight. You're making your enemy team fight within. You're winning. If you're causing your enemy team to fight within and your team is getting along, chances are you're going to win. And this is all about winning. Remember the importance to stay in the game. Keep the farming. Remember to prepare objectives ahead of time. These are things that we've told earlier, but there's no secret. It's just remembering them this long. Or remembering them this far into a game. Remembering previous fundamentals this far in a game, vision, last hitting, collecting side waves, closing out the game. That's why you want to close it out as soon as you can, because you give somebody else opportunity. Then it's another 20 minutes, and maybe your team's tired by then. There's so many factors, so it's best to try to finish the game, I think. I'm not saying one way or the other. I want to finish the game before 20 minutes, before anyone can surrender. That's a good goal. I think that's the Korean solo queue goal. Do not allow Elder buffs to enemy team. Destroy enemy nexus before they destroy your team's nexus. This is all like basic stuff, but you'd be surprised what people don't know. Korean solo queue, the Mecca. This is where I want to go. I want to visit Korea really bad. I hear a lot of teams have apartments or places set up to send their own players. This is how important Korean solo queue is. So organizations from all regions send players here to boot camp and off season, so it must be the best place to go. You got the lowest ping. You got the players that take it the most serious as a job. You got a lot of players that it's their job, or people that it's their job. It's got the top players in the world. You could debate me the China super server, but those players still play on the Korean solo queues. Is there a best one or another? I don't know. I think the Pinnacle's Korea, and everyone else will say that. Their internet's legendary, their food, their lifestyle. Korean solo queues farmed for talent. Players treat the game as a profession. So, the top 100 solo queue players in Korea, maybe 500, probably have jobs or something in this game. I think I could get up there and challenge her. I want to go. Highest level of solo queue competition and most successful players. Low ping, close to land speeds. Games normally end around 20 minutes and NA is 40. That's really important because, like I said in the practice tool thing, 20 minutes, 40 minutes. 2 games, 1 game that frustrated me. 4 times of the practice tool, 1 40-minute game. 4 times with the champion that I wanted, and I got to practice him 4 times in a row. 1 game I didn't even get the champion I want. He was banned. At least practice tool you can back to back to back to back to back play. That's really important too, like playing back to back to back of the champion you want to play, because you may never get that in solo queue, and you learn a lot playing back to back. More games practiced equals more experience. The professional games, they get more experience than LCS and LEC because they're playing best of 3s, so you've already played 3 times the amount of games in this. So the amount of practice you get to where LCS is playing a third of the amount of games, and then they wonder why they're not as good. I'm not here to bash LCS. My dream is to lift the Summoner Cup with the LCS team. One can dream. Let's do it, Peter. Korean meta is the template for most. Or MAC, LEC. Korean is home of esports. That's where esports started. Korean meta is the template for most regions, areas. Esports and PC gaming is the culture of Korea. Not their one culture, but it's culture there. It's their thing. These games are like their pro wrestling, kind of. Except they take it more like a sport. Winning worlds. These are just some things. Orgs out there, do you really want to win worlds, or are you just saying that? Because there's some things that you have to go above and beyond if you really want to win worlds, like putting in more time practicing than anyone else, or just being prepared. Traveling and having your proper food is really important. I remember when Damwon Kia won, I knew they were going to win because they showed this picture when they were traveling. Was it China they went to? China or Iceland? They had like a suitcase or 2 full of ramen noodles. And I thought, they're going to win. They got all that fuel there. They were prepared. I mean, entire huge travel suitcase just full of ramen noodles. That's how you do it. So they were ready. They were prepared even to the food and the travel and the being on time. LCK and LPL get 3 times the amount of games played as the other regions. So LEC, LCS are already handicapped because they don't get as much practice. When you're playing 1 game a weekend, 2 max, or 2 to 6 max, you're not getting as much practice. You're not going to be as good. Period. It's common sense. I don't know how anyone can expect to go and win worlds when they play a third of the amount of games as somewhere else. Yeah. Put in the most hours you can possibly handle. Peak mechanics. Peak macro. I mean, you have the top mechanics in the game when you're winning worlds, or the players have prepared in solo queue for a couple months. Like the really good players kind of roam around Challenger, Grandmaster, but when it comes to like getting ready for Worlds, then they start playing solo queue and climb and clear up. I've seen Viper year after year after year get 3-4 solo queue accounts in the top, like I think like 2 or 3 at least in the top 25 or the top 100. I mean, that's no wonder he won a Worlds. Hard work, go above and beyond. So, like Joe Burrow says, work hard in silence, meaning not out there worrying about what social media thinks. Worry about it when they see you play your games. Drive to push oneself. So, to win worlds, you gotta want it more than anyone else. Remember fundamentals throughout all games in the best of 3, best of 5 series. So, you also need to be used to winning a best of 5 series if you want to win worlds. LCS. Play mistake-free League of Legends. There you go. The team that wins Worlds made the fewest mistakes. The really good teams punish teams for really small mistakes. Teams travel well, prepared to travel and play in uncomfortable settings. You need to know you're going to be somewhere uncomfortable and maybe bring some plants home and pictures. Make it your home for a month when you're at Worlds. I want to go to Korean solo boot camp and then Worlds and all this. I'm hoping I get to. Prepare to win Worlds or at least arrive. Again, are you really committed to winning Worlds, or are you just saying that? Maximum number of hours and games played. What I mean is, do these teams seriously study what it takes to win Worlds, or do they just say that to sell merchandise? Maximum number of hours and games played. Extended season when you go to Worlds. Obviously, another whole month. And MSI Mac, you probably got a good break finally. It's been 2 or 3 years, you got no break. Amount of travel outside own country. Seems like every time there's a finals, the team that wins the finals is not from the country. So I can pretty much say that NA won't be winning Worlds this year, even though it's in NA. But I'm kind of excited to see Faker win MSI in Korea because the guys never got to win anything on home soil. Well, the LCK finals, which some would say are more important than any other region. I mean, LCK is very competitive. Limit organization on same boats. Everyone's going to be on the same page, going in the same direction. And it's a premise I've said quite a few times that you can't be fighting within your team and expecting to win a fight against a team. You need to, if you're working and getting along, then you and your team can fight and beat anyone. But when you're fighting amongst yourselves, then how can you expect to win a fight? You're already fighting. You're helping the enemy. Limit distractions from outside. Limit the mistakes. Thoughts about caffeine and consumption energy. A little bit of rant, like caffeine can go a really long way. I don't think people understand how strong caffeine is. It's the American thing to drink soda after soda after soda, or a cup of coffee after a cup of coffee. That caffeine is really strong if you learn to limit yourself on it and see. There's a responsibility on how much caffeine, and I don't know, but I'm gonna say players drink too much. And then that's why they're so upset and calms and nervousness. They would be better off without any caffeine. And I think the best ones don't even drink caffeine, like Faker. They just drink water. Caffeine is a really strong drug that people take for granted because it's here in America, it's in our society and culture. You go to McDonald's and drink a Coke this big. Think how much caffeine's in that. So I try to limit my caffeine consumption. So it's pretty strong when I take it. I don't need more. And I think there is a responsibility with that and with energy, knowing how to expend your energy or take in energy. Scrim international partners through year. Boot camp Korean solo queue. So the team that wins World has probably done a boot camp and solo queue, if not more, and played many international teams. Player health, diet, sleep, preparedness is important. I'll be right back. I have to pee. drank like 4 bottles of water since I started this. I like a lot of water. I need it for the caffeine I drink, because normally I don't drink caffeine this late. I'm going to have to make some more caffeine before we do the analysis. Okay, player health, diet, sleep, being prepared. And I like these rings you get now. I would love to have a championship ring like Brady. Fear is not real. It's all in the mind and energy. There's a thing of understanding energy and the responsibility of energy and expending energy. Like, we are all connected to energy coming in and out. It's a positive feeling, negative, and there's kind of like a responsibility of, well, maybe you've got some negative energy coming in, and then you can decide to turn around and expend it by being positive and doing something really good, or because it set you off, or you could use it in a wrong way and cry and complain, so you could turn a negative into a positive. And so that's one thing. And so turning negatives into positives might be a good thing that helps. You can have too much good that makes it negative, and on and on. Meditation. I believe in meditation. I'm not telling you to do it, but it's being able to quiet your mind so you don't worry. So like at night, you just fall asleep. You don't sit there and worry or not sleep all night. Being able to quiet your mind and focusing on your breathing. And really, one of the premises is just breathe. People forget to breathe because they get so caught up in what they're trying to do and worrying. And so that helps center yourself. And said in the beginning, it's all about, or self is on the list, improving oneself, being honest to oneself, centering self, remembering to breathe, believe you're going to win, turn negatives into positives, don't turn positives into negatives, quiet the mind. So, you're nervous and stuff, your APM helps of spamming, but also breathing exercises, maybe learning to meditate or trying. So and like fear's in the mind. It's not a real thing. So you can get it out of your head. I think if you've practiced enough and enough confidence, you won't have any fear in this game. So that's that. There's Vex, his little, what's his name? Shadow Sphere. So you can get fear out of your head. There's really nothing to worry about. Worrying is just expending negative energy. Not that I don't do it either. I'm not perfect, but I'm just saying looking at it and understanding it, the responsibility will help you. Okay, good luck and have fun. I think it's really important to good luck and have fun. This is the Milky Way, meaning that we're not the only star here. There may be more and more and more and more, and it goes on and on till infinity. Maybe no beginning or end, just on and on and on. So good luck and have fun. This game is all about having good luck and having fun. Well, maybe not having good luck, but having fun and hoping you have good luck. Patience, push oneself to new levels. I don't really know what the page of this is. I just thought a good luck, have fun page sounded good. So things that you can do to make yourself happy or fun. Gaming is just fun. It's just a game. So at the end of the day, this is just a game, even though it's a sport. So sport is a profession, so that's more than a game. But at the end of the day, we're still just playing a game. So shouldn't take it if it's like a life or death thing situation somebody's worrying about. It's just a game. I think building new relationships is something about this game that I really like. League of Legends. Okay, this page is like things that I like and have fun, I guess. You can meet. One thing I thought that's cool, that why I wanted this industry, and I want to be able to meet these people that I've talked to on the internet or watched for years that you feel like you became friends with, but you'll never meet them. It would be cool to be able to meet up with them once or twice a year, and I'm sure once you get into industry, you do, like at Worlds or MSI, finally get to meet these people, and you still talk to them daily, and but just to meet them once a year, that's cool. That's a big turn on to me. That travel the world. I want to see the growth of esports the rest of my life. I mean, I'm a sports fan. I like video games, so it's common sense that I would like esports. And I guess my my generation will be ahead of this soon and controlling. So I want to make sure that if I'm put in a situation of responsibility or in the industry, I want to grow esports, help grow it, not hurt it. It's important because one thing about esports is it allows smaller areas to have esports. People are complaining about MSI right now, and it's not fun. Saying like T1 smashing Vietnam or like Brazil, but I'm sure in those regions that they like this. Like, oh, they got to meet Faker, and it allows like poorer areas that don't have the economy of like America with their football teams. Kind of like soccer, how it's very global. American football, not everyone has $1 billion to build a stadium in. I think it's kind of ridiculous, but not everybody has $4 billion, $5 billion to build a stadium just to sit in to watch people catch a ball. So soccer is more important, or football, or more popular. Anyways, I'm very ultra competitive, so this gives me a platform to compete. I think it's important to treat others with respect in and outside of the game. And I think it's really important to act like a professional, not a professional A. And then looking for group, LFG, guild, looking for teams. Looking for a team to work for. I promise you that I will be a great value. I'm pretty sure I will give you more than you give me. I could be wrong. I've had this experience so far with jobs, so maybe I'm wrong. But I will give you a value for your team, and I want to win. I want to win worlds with you. I want to do whatever it takes to win worlds. Unless it's like play 20 hours a day, then because China, they play a lot and they have really long distances they have to travel. So whew, China's huge. So I've had a dream of coaching, and not just esports, but football, American football. Who knows? Maybe I'll coach esports. Maybe it'll help me become a coach someday. Someday. So I like to put family first and loved ones. I think it's. I dream of coaching. Please, I want to be able to tell people I'm a coach and not just make it up in my head. I'm not like Dwight. I just thought this was funny because I haven't watched The Office for years, but I'm a huge Office fan, so I figured there's other Office fans. I'm more like Jim than Dwight. So I have a love of sports and esports. I have a passion for the history of sports. I just like history, so there's a man out there that's the esports janitor or historian. He's right. It's very important to have the history of esports, the narrative. It helps grow. It grows esports. Many years of online gaming, close to 25. Warcraft 2, Everquest, Warcraft 3, Starcraft 1 and 2, Nintendo games. I didn't even put the Nintendo games I grew up on, and the computer games, and on and on. I've gamed since I was like, I had an NES when I was 4 or 5, maybe younger. And that was my babysitter. My parents bought it for me. And another reason I wanted to say why it took me this long is I had a family issue to take care of when I was younger that caused me to put my life on hold. I had to help take care of my family. That's why I got into this. I was playing League of Legends. I couldn't get to the professional level because I had the time then. I was playing a lot. My dad got sick and diagnosed with stage 4 carcinoma. And when he found that out, it was too late. And then at that time, his parents, and he has no brothers or sisters. I have no brothers or sisters. So he had no siblings to help, but his parents, my grandparents, they lived on their own in a house, and they were like senile just about, where they couldn't live on their own, but they would tell my dad they could, yet my dad was taking care of them type thing. So he put his health off. So I don't have siblings, just mom, dad, and me. So taking care of my grandparents, and then dad got sick all at once. My grandmother got Alzheimer's, so my dad got sick, was in the hospital with stage 4 carcinoma. There was no coming back. He lived a year longer than they said they would, and I wish I spent more time. I spent every day, half my day. So I always wish I could spend more. I'm really close with him though, and so there's no like bad feelings, because I spent way more than most people will in a lifetime. So I got a whole lifetime in the 30 years of being with him. Then most people run off and have their own life and don't have anything to do with their family. So family's been really close to me. And so it was sad because had that going on, me and mom took care of that, and my grandparents, because my dad couldn't, and they had like Alzheimer's. And so all of that, and then within a year, my dad passed, and then my grandparents within a year and a half later, and all 3 of them were gone. I had to put all my life on hold to take care of that. Most people do not understand that. They go, well, why didn't you just run away? Or why didn't I put family first? I had no choice. I made the right decision. Even though there's no wrong or right, but in my heart, I made the right decision. So it put me behind. I'm 36 trying to get a head coaching job, but I had to sacrifice 6-7 years of my life for my family, which was the right thing, because family first. I have no regrets now. Now I can put all my time into this, and I have. That's why I got into this, because at that time I was in the hospital a lot visiting, or grandparents. I couldn't play the game. I had many hours to sit and research in a hospital, but I couldn't play the game. So I watched VODs, and I studied teams, and I read everything. And that was clear back in like 2014. So from then clear to now. Now I've had a couple jobs in like 2015, I think. 2016 I had the mowing thing. Other than that, I've not worked and put almost all my time into all this after I lost them. So I have many hours into this. And I haven't been married. I have no kids. I can marry this job and this career. So I have a love of sports, a passion. I think I can save an org money and be a value for an org that say you hire me over a player, I will give you a much better value, because I won't be a bust that didn't amount to anything. I don't know about Mad Lions. I think they took a gamble on Reeker. I don't know much about Reeker. I came in kind of late to this spring, like after a few weeks before I started watching. I was kind of burned out and gave myself a little bit of a break from this game. I'm fine now. But I don't know if they took a gamble on Reeker, if they paid him a lot of money, if he didn't get money. Because like I said, in the football, players don't get a bunch of money at the start. They kind of have to work 3 years to earn it. Maybe that's a good system, because then they're not a bust. Worst thing to do is pay somebody that's never had money a bunch of money all at once. Trust me, it's going to change them instantly. So I'm ultra competitive. I don't like losing. I dream of winning worlds. I want to travel and see the world, Korea, Europe. I'm hoping to get an EU job. NA, I'm here, so I would prefer LEC, but if it's got to be NA, let's fix NA. LEC first. Travel. Meeting, I like to meet others, so that's all you get to do in this job is meet others. The growth of esports and can marry the job. So this is my presentation. I hope my stream is still going. Yeah, my stream's still going. Hold on here. That was my presentation. I didn't know it would go this long. 1 second here. Let me put the break sign. So, okay. I've done this. I didn't expect. When did I start this? Like 6:30, 4 hours, 3 or 4 hours. Does it tell me how long I've been? 5 hours, 5.5 hours on just my presentation. It's unreal. Let me take a break real quick, get some caffeine, and I'm gonna do these VOD reviews. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I don't know if I should stop this. Twitch tells me the law I can broadcast for 48 hours. I figured I was going to run out of footage or something because originally I was going to do this and what was I going to say? Oh, I learned that I can probably edit this out. I didn't realize that I could go back and edit time. I thought I had to do this all at once. And I was like, oh man, 10 hours? So, but I need a 5-minute break because I've talked for 5.5 hours. Okay, so I'm going to take a small break here and I'm going to do the VOD reviews. Just getting it set up here.
Versus SK. That's on their minds too, probably, I'd guess.
Hey, there's Mac. Hey, I would love to work with you guys. I like that you have flowers in your room. It's important. Okay, so let me take a break here. I need some caffeine. You go for 5.5 hours. Like, really, I need to eat a lunch too, but I'm gonna get this done first.
right here. Is that Post Malone?
It's going to be very, very important.
Okay, I'll be right.